State, Baraboo, Wisconsin.
Karen Hurtig. Name Palmetier, Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Ernie Van Oler, Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Mark Palmetier, Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Sandy Faris, Denver, PA.
John Zawaki, I'm from Michigan. This is my daughter Amy.
Jim Curry, Edinburgh, Pennsylvania.
Tom Italy, Nebraska.
Richard Boulevard, Fargo, North Dakota.
Jane Bavard, Fargo.
Dennis Ellerman, Waterloo, Iowa.
Greg Hurtig, Baraboo, Wisconsin.
Don Nicholson here, local.
Very much.
John Petlow, Iowa.
Will Wassink, Iowa.
Elaine Wassink.
Lauren Kelsey, Flint, Michigan.
Lauren Webster, Los Altos, California.
Jack McDowell, Iowa, White Marsh. Mark Hornick, Burlington, Iowa.
Carla Cordick, same.
Roger Sledetsky of Bellevue, Iowa.
Dean Humphrey, Keosauqua, Iowa.
I'm Bobby Carlson from New Jersey.
Jim Zibo, Glencoe, Missouri.
Arlene Seibel.
John Lundberg from New Jersey. Herman Walsh, Downers Grove, Illinois.
Willie Engelking, Riverwoods, Illinois.
Dave Peasley, Farmington Hills, Michigan.
Gary Gutterman from Michigan.
Okay, a short little thing before we get started because it's going to all tie into everything. Last fall, Joe was over in Czechoslovakia, and he saw two dogs, a male and a female, that he thought would add a great deal to our breeding program. And if we had these two last Bosics, we would be safe, we would be okay. And so, over these months, Joe talked to the breeding committee and the board of directors, and we decided, yes, we did need those two more dogs. So then we went through the membership list, and we picked out a few names of people that we thought would be good people to own these dogs and could do this. And one of them is Jim and Arlene Seibel from Missouri, and they got the male, Dan, who was here this weekend. We'll get to meet Dan later. And the other dog went to an old club members, Jim and Sandy Faris from Pennsylvania. And Borka, the female, just arrived yesterday. They picked her up at the airport on the way here. And you get to see her later too. And the reason I wanted to announce that is that I need to pass out one more pedigree for our packet, Borka's pedigree, and put it after AXA. That's where it goes. So I hope I have enough here. If you're a husband and wife, just take one, please. Put it for a couple. Yes, right.
Which one do you
Is this something we should listen into?
It's on page.
The only other thing, as far as announcements go, is what, John?
This the one you,
That's fine
yeah,
if it's a
okay,
meeting.
I'll
Yeah.
hide it then.
Okay. You might like to get the April issue of Outdoor Life magazine. Larry Mueller had his monthly column. It's about us. And when I say us, it's about the versatile hunting dog movement in the United States. And I think you'll enjoy the article. It's on page 40, and the name of it is Bringing Training into the 90s, and then the subtitle is Versatile Dog Enthusiasts Have Put Natural Ability to the Test, and What They Found to Help Modernize Training Methods. It's a good article, and there's two pictures of Griffons. They're both out of John Pitlow's first litter. Where's Van Diemen? It occurs to me,
Not here yet.
because he's picture is
Yeah. Lauren Kelsey's dog is the other one.
All right, Lauren Kelsey is the other dog. So, one more thing that I want to say is, that's a good one. Joe won't want me to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. These dogs don't just get here, these adult Bosics. First, Joe has these contacts over there, and he's over there on trips, and he takes these side trips to hunt out these Bosics for us. He doesn't even like dogs with whiskers, you know, but out of the goodness of his heart, he has enough whiskers himself. But anyway, that's just the beginning of it. And then he comes home and there's months of telephone calls, overseas telephone calls. I don't even know the money that's been spent over the past 5 years on these calls. Joe doesn't tell me, and he doesn't want anybody to know. This time, these last 2 dogs, when we made the decision to get them, about in January, I think it was, because of the conditions right now in Czechoslovakia, Joe sent $400 over there to make sure both Borka and Dan would have enough food to eat before they came here. We also, when Jimmy said that he could take a dog, he said, but I can't spend $3,000. I don't have $3,000 to buy it. And so we said, the board of directors said, we have to bring this dog in. We just have to get her. This is our last chance. So it was my job, not one that I liked at all. I had to call members and raise money to loan to Jimmy to make up the balance to bring this dog in. And about 7 members of our club loaned the money. And that money is going to be paid back as the litters are produced and the puppies are sold. I tell you this because I think every club member should know that it's not just like that we get these dogs. And a lot of sacrifice and time is done. So with that, I will turn the seminar over to Joe.
Welcome. I'm glad to be here. A year late, but better late than never. And I enjoy seeing familiar faces, and I'm enjoying your company, and I will for the next 3 years. Friendships, they date back almost a decade, and with my people, they sitting here at the table, they dated back 2 decades. So with that, we turn our attention to what we are here for. The history of the seminars goes back to 1980. At the time, Dr. Bailey was a director of the judging, and he wanted to standardize the judging across the United States. So we met in Nebraska, and that was the first seminar. We didn't know at the time very much, so we listened very carefully, and we liked the idea of being educated there, and we decided we're going to try and educate ourselves further in because of the judging and also the breeding dogs, and what the main thing is to try to get people involved, other people involved. This is not is not supposed to be a lecture or a presentation by myself, because because I know very little, and the older I get, it seems like I'm aware how little I know. So yeah, I would like everybody to get involved in this. If you have anything to say, please raise your hand. And if you have a question or statement, it is welcome. With one exception, because of the time, we would like if you would refrain from trying to get advice or solution of some problems with your own dog. We can answer your questions, those personal questions, you and your dog, perhaps this afternoon or during the test, judging they will be available for that purpose. When we we start with a recap of the genetics, how we started first 15 years ago when our Bible was the record of research by Gregor Mendel. By the way, he was born and he was active about 40 miles from where I was born. And three years ago I went and I visited the small museum, and also they have some exposition that was interesting, but strangely there was more of the exposition consisting of his achievement as an astronomer than as a biologist. So that's kind of something interesting. The main purpose, truly, the main purpose of the seminar is for the judges to deepen up their knowledge of dogs, because only by judicial and precise record of the dog's performances and the dog's natural abilities and so forth can a breeding program be successful. So we're going to try, as I say, and do some recap on the genetics in what happened in the last decade that we didn't know before. And then we turned out and tried the application of those new findings to the judging, and perhaps we'll be a little better judges tomorrow. And if we just keep it up, I was telling Joan, with the quality of the dogs you're producing now, and with the very high quality of the membership, in 5 years you're going to be the most educated and informed club in the world. I do travel overseas, and I belong to clubs there. I tried a few here too. I never met a group of people. They are so disciplined, and I'm sure much of it stems from their knowledge, that they pull on the same rope as strong as this club. So I really compliment you on that, and I don't have to wish you good luck, because I'm for sure it is secure. When I first started, I met Dr. Bailey in 1973 in California, when they were presenting the first natural ability and utility test. At that time, I went to to a bookstore and I was going to brush up on my 40-year-old biology knowledge, and that man who sold me this book, he was the store owner, and also he was at the time a very reputable breeder of retrievers. You know that name, don't you? Also. Well, this book I read, and it's a piece of a cake. Heck, in no time I can have the best house in the world here. It's a interpretation, basic interpretation of the Mendelian monofactorial theory, and of course that's easy to understand, and he's got it well written. He's a skilled writer. He's got it well written, so that's going to be fun. And what it caused in me is to believe that the genetic code, the genetic makeup, I mean, that's it. If it's there, it will come out. And there is no any other influence but the genetic setup. And I start judging with Ed Bailey, and I remember the first conversation we had about environmental influence was in Wisconsin with this. And well, we got to talk at 8 o'clock in the evening, and we slept until 3 o'clock. We were still talking, and so he convinced me, not by trying to, but by his statement, and there is more to it than it's on the surface. And since then, I did try to keep up on the evolution of the science of genetics. In the past 3 or 4 years, I was kind of slack on it, but I'm trying to bring up points here that will convince us how little we really know about the genetics, and therefore about breeding.
Some of you may not know Ed Bailey. A lot of us do, but Ed Bailey is a doctor of animal behaviors. He's the professor at Guelph. And when I first met him, he had a bunch of pheasants that he purchased on a grant. And he was studying how they went ahead and flocked up and propagated and did the things that they did. And he called it a research project for which he got paid, which was great, but he also got the pheasants and worked it out. So he's a very practical man, not just a theorist.
It just so happens we put the pheasants on the farm next to our farm. Just a coincidence.
So anyway, that's Ed Bailey, well qualified, been doing this for a long time, very astute observer.
Yeah, that's fine. So from the standpoint of a judge of functional dog and judge of the traits and attributes of a dog, his duty is, or ideally his duty would be to bring forth interpretation of the genes or the genotype. Well, that is impossible because there are so many other secondary influences, and also the genotype itself in large percentage does not even reach the surface. That means either the physique or the behavior. So maybe I did the diagram for you about the basic what is a gene? Nobody knows, and I don't know either. And the scientists, they know some loci on the chromosomes. They do control certain attributes, or they affect behavior, but how long in that polypeptide chain, how from here to there or from to there to here, that hasn't been established, with the exception of in a very few instances. But basically, gene is got sugar phosphate backbone, and from the sugar phosphate backbone, there are genetic material consists of four major acids. That is adenine and guanine and cytosine. Thymine, and cytosine. Those two backbones, those are purines, and those are pyramids. The purines, they always, adenine is got a counterpart in the thymine or thymine, and guanine and cytosine, they do the same thing. So that is one pair, and that's how it looks if the double helix would be flattened out in a plane. They are bonded together here by hydrogen, two or three hydrogen bonds, and then holds the whole thing together. That's in a plane, the genetic material. Now the double helix is, if you try to turn it to the right, and when you turn it, so you have a 7, those pair, 10 of those pairs here, then you have a 1 full turn. Those individual pairs, they are non-functional, they don't mean anything. According to the latest research, you have to have at least 200, and that is in the lower form of life, of those pairs to detect a genetic influence. In mammals, more likely, you will have to have a 2,000, and they are on a random sequence, but always the adenine has to be on one side and the thymine on the another side, and so forth and so forth. It can be reversed here, T and A, and again T and A, and whatever the sequence is, that creates what we call gene, and that contains a code that is eventually translated to produce a function in a body. This is all in a nucleus. That's DNA. Dioxide ribonucleic acid. That is safely tucked up in nucleus that never comes out, and it's like in a bank. That is the primary template that stays there. Well, if it all stays there forever in that cell, how can it exercise the functions throughout the body? The DNA metabolizes messenger RNA, ribonucleic acid, which is basically composed with the same material or the same acid, with the exception that the thymine is substituted by acid called uracil. I don't know if I pronounced it right, but so far it isn't very important, just so we get the drift of it. So, if there is a code in the nucleus, in the DNA, that should be implied somewhere outside in the cytoplasm of the cell, then DNA makes a master or template for a certain type of a protein that should be manufactured, or that should create enzyme that will cause manufacturing of a protein that is needed, like more blood, more hemoglobin. DNA creates a template from RNA. RNA goes through the pores into the cytoplasm in the proper cells that do manufacture hemoglobin, and the production starts. What causes that DNA to start the production, that's just beyond our knowledge. That's the secret of life. But we know that's what's happening. It goes this way, and then it goes to the enzyme. And enzyme creates the protein. And the protein grows muscles, or those are all physical portions that I'm describing here, or the sequence to maintain, grow, and organize the physical portions, the morphological portions, the psychological, nobody knows, because you're getting, later on we're going to come to an environmental influence in it. But just to keep it simple, so that really how the genetic material, how it looks. There are approximately 2.5 billion pairs of of purines and pyrimidines in each nucleus of a cell in our body. So that is quite a supply. At one time I read an article, and many of those strands are junk genes. In other words, they are not garbage, but they don't have a function. They're just there, and they don't manifest themselves. But that's the opinion of one biologist, and another biologist is something else. Because one problem here we have, they cannot see what's happening. they get clues, and from those clues, there's theoretical biology. From those clues, they deduct events that's supposed to take place, and perhaps from the results, then either they are confirmed or not. So that is the basic. Then we have that RNA, enzymes, and proteins for the physical part. For the psychological part, as I mentioned, I don't know what's happening there. I don't know what makes one blink eye or focus eye or so forth. It's such a tremendously complicated system that it's not very well understood today. Even so, they touting and they can splice genes and stuff like that. But really, what is splicing genes? They take an existing gene apart and recombine them. So they're not creating anything. They're just playing what's there.
Why did they do that?
Well, research, and they are creating, that's done mainly in viral samples and bacteria, because as opposed to mammals, who have 2.5 billion those pairs, virus, they got about 3,000 or 4,000, and sometimes they only have a DNA or they have a RNA, so they can sort that much easier than such an enormous number. That's I mean, that's beyond our imagination. Okay. Now while we are here talking about that, perhaps I would like to mention there is always a talk about degeneration. If you read within one line all the time, that eventually dogs get degenerated. And of course, crossbreeding that does it much more quickly. And usually the reason is that every individual of a breed or of a group, they don't have all the same genes. There has been research made, I think it was in cheetahs, that 3 cheetahs, between them, they have approximately 93% of the genes that are or should be in the population. So that's one thing. Some of them by accident, by breeding, especially with those with recessive tendencies. They are not recessive tendencies, or portion of it. Say there are 10 of genes participating to manifest certain trait or certain reaction. And some of them, they are very strong. Maybe only there is one A that only needs 5 supporting ones to manifest that trait. And there are some that have to have the strong ones just to supplement the manifestation. So if you have the very strong one, and perhaps 5 supporting one, the trait will be manifested. If the A is missing, perhaps you need the remaining 9 to have the trait manifested. So if this one is lost, then for all practical purposes, you lost the gene. And that can happen when cell is divided. first the ovum is fertilized and half of the chromosomes from mother and father goes there. And what's happening then is the chromosomes, they divide here. And because the purines, they can only form the helix by attaching themselves to that certain pyrimidine. This portion, that's the original one. That was, this one goes to the right, this one goes to the left, okay? So, to the left, you have this one, which A here, and in the cell there is such a tremendous activity, and those nucleic acids, they are very easily manufactured there, and they are just, in a cell, there are just millions of them. And when they divide, and before even the membrane comes here, there are those random thymine, and they immediately attach themselves and form a replica of this. And so, I don't know if you understand me, is that right?
I'm doing my best.
That's the division, no?
Are you saying that, assume that they try to match up, they would keep going like this until one line, A lines
No.
up with T, and then the rest of them are scrapped?
No, those, this is one cell, okay? When the cell divides, this part will get this, and this part will get this. But they are free floating all kinds of those things.
Is it rather
that-
like musical chairs?
that cytosine can attach itself to adenine, so they just don't match. So they collide and bounce off. Only that thymine, it's got the proper properties to attach itself to that adenine. So that's what's happening here. Those free floating, they just complement and form the whole part on this side, with having only this half to start with, and this side goes here, and the free floating nucleic acids, they bump that A until thymine comes and attaches itself to the A, and then it forms the same thing as it's here again. So we have two identical chains in both of those halves, and then of course the membrane comes here, and you have two cells, and then four and four and so.
But thymine in each cell may be different from each cell, and this is what's kind of making it different.
No,
They're always the same.
the sequence is always the same. And it can, this is just a sample, it can be perhaps 5, those A's, those adenines in the front. And then it comes 5 thymines, or then cytosine. The sequence is just differs in sections and in portions, and from the sequence evidently stems the power to express the code outside.
I have a question here.
Joe, going back to the original conception, as the chromosomes come together, the male and the female, from the male and the female, how they line up, the pairings line up is totally a random process, isn't it? And it's determined what the chances are a million possible combinations, or however many there are. But you can only get the combinations that exist in terms of what each one is bringing. But that is a random process. There isn't anything that we know of that controls what gets paired to what, or is there?
No, that is fertilization you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Which is where the whole pairing, you know.
Yeah, you have the ovum in that's a sex cell,
Mhm.
and that's got 23 chromosomes, only half
Right.
of, then the sperm, it's got 23 chromosomes. There are 23 pairs. Altogether 43 chromosomes. Each one is here, and one is here, okay? When they combine then sperm with the ovum, then they get the complement from each side, each 32 chromosomes to the full number of
And once
20.
that happens,
40,
once those
43.
original pairings take place, then you start getting the cell division that you're talking about.
That,
at
yeah,
this point.
that comes when that is fertilized.
But that's when it's determined what's going to be paired up with what at that point, and then that's duplicated as those cells divide. Then you get this, what the point you're talking about now, right?
That's right. And with the exception of the morphological attributes, those things, they come in predispositions that can be stronger or weaker, or they can be dormant. You have, there are combinations of a factor like there are suppressor proteins, suppressor cells that prevent manufacturing of an enzyme. So the enzyme is not manufactured, so the protein is not manufactured, and you're going to get sick, like say on a blood, your hemoglobin will stop being renewed. But okay, we come here now in what we start saying was degeneration. Well, if that always would stay in the proper order, and if the RNA, the messenger acids, if they would stay in a proper order, and if they would produce enough enzymes, so the enzymes can produce the protein, there would be a change in the genetic makeup of a population. There is a certain number of genes in a population of the dogs, if not tendered with, theoretically it should remain forever, but it does not. One of the reasons is there is a genetic shift. A genetic shift occurs when the confusion, but all the milling around is, and those nucleic acid, they are ready to receive a partner. All of a sudden, it can happen that instead of getting the guanine, getting a cytosine, he gets thymine, okay? That can happen, okay? Now, when they duplicate, okay. When they duplicate, that thymine will get adenine. So this cell will have already altered genetic makeup because the defect in combination. There was a defect in a combination, and once the defect is made, in the future, it's perpetuated on that side, and it will alter the genetic makeup, and it could cause disruptions, or it could deviate from the expression of some of the traits, or deviate the traits, the expression of the traits of some, let's say in our case, the dogs.
It could also be enhanced. In other words, if it was something you were looking for,
Correct.
it could be a mutation that you are interested in.
Correct. And that, of course, is the evolution that took place through the 10,000 years of dogs exist, or when the dogs start transferring from bull to dog. That's correct. Then, sometimes,
Before we leave it, then the wolf as an example,
yeah,
okay, is the kind of wolf it is because maybe something here was enhanced that allowed him to eat and propagate and become more dominant in his line, so the whole line became more like him.
that's correct. And that also, there is a built-in natural selection in wild canines. That you have a dominant male, that is the male with the best physique, and with the psychologically the best equipped to supply the food for the pack. It's a strange society that works on, isn't it? There's no fears on one way, and then when which gets pups, the ants, they take care of the pups at times.
And the father people.
Yeah. So that naturally that works this way, but if it is the wrong way, then if there are another causes that that would result in the same result, and that is right here. Sometime one of the chromosomes get somehow stuck, and even though it happens very rarely, nevertheless it does, and the progeny, then they end up instead of 46 chromosomes with 47. One of them is known and causes in children derangement of the brain. They have a 47 chromosomes, those kids, when they are born, and that happened, I think they got it 1 in 150,000. All right. So then there is some of the deterioration of those breeds come through the chromosomes, and then of course selection, because breeding is a controlled selection, and you are infringing on that Hardy-Weinberg law that states, like I said before, that basically the genetic makeup in a population shouldn't change if there is a free access between the animals to each other. In breeding we don't have it, it's a controlled. So we may, on a purpose, even on a purpose, we may delete, or we may kill a certain gene because the gene is expressing something that we don't like. And so we breed against that selectively. But it may be a portion of that chain that is involved in something else. It's a multifactorial influence from that particular gene. And then it does much more damage than it does good. Then you have a deterioration. And if the frequency of the genes, if it goes down, then that's what you get, tired breed. So what you do, you bring something fresh that wasn't filled with in the manner you did, and you introduce that in, and you get in the genes that have been accidentally or purposely or whatever destroyed, and you have a full complement that you wish to have. And that is one of the things that we did after we failed miserably with trying to restore the existing griffons in the United States. There was not the material, no matter how long you would have worked on it, that could produce the dogs that most of the people enjoy today. So it was a failure in the breeding, and of course it would have been failure in the existence of the club also.
Well, and the reason it was a failure was because of the small genetic pool.
Yeah, there was no
You
population.
couldn't go outside and bring some strengths
Yeah.
within the pool.
Yeah, there was no population. I got here article from Dr. Bailey, and here are copies of the genetic beauties. Those are represents atoms, and there is an explanation here on it. This is there is again explanation, but this is the strand with 10 pairs looking from the top down. Here's your offer. I don't think I have enough, so there's more for a roll.
Couple of rows.
Check. Do a couple of row and then pass them around, maybe that's the answer.
I have one.
What's it say?
So the net result is it's bad odds compared to Reno even.
We've been told that.
Do we?
Joey, there's also, we talked about the selection process and what we do as humans in controlling breeding and so forth. The difference between that and the wolf that you were referring to earlier is a fairly nature's way of doing that selection, which is survival of the fittest, or survival of those who can respond to the environment that they're in positively, is one kind of selection process, and that leads to a pretty constant over the centuries, evolutionary process. But when we manipulate that in the way in which we do selective breeding, we tend to allow to survive defects which would not allow them to survive in nature and would naturally eliminate them. And it actually accentuates some of those weaknesses over a period of time that nature would not allow to have happen.
Yeah, that's axillary.
So there's a lot of difference in those two selection processes, nature's process and our process.
Okay, talking, introducing emotions in a breeding.
Anything, or any of the, for example, if you've got a
Breeding
dog.
dogs, they are not supposed to be bred. That's
Yeah.
you accelerating the genetic shift, and the degeneration will come that much faster.
Yeah, because in the natural process, there are only the environmental things. For example, if it's a type of one that's not as fast, it's slow, or it has a temperament that doesn't allow it to exist within the pack, it will be eliminated naturally. Whereas in the human, if we have a dog that has a particularly great nose and runs fast but has lousy temperament, we have a tendency to overlook the bad and allow that influence to be passed on to other generations because these are the ones we think are important. In the wolf, that doesn't happen because if it's an influence which is detrimental to the survival of the breed, that animal will be eliminated by natural causes, and it will not propagate. So,
In an extremes, it will. They have an interesting regulatory system that when the food is sparse, then the bitch sometimes don't even ovulate.
that's
And
amazing.
sometimes they only leave 2 or 3 from the litter.
And maybe it was because, you say, well, how did that happen? How did they react to that? Well, it's probably the most logical explanation is because there were a few dogs that survived during a very famine time, and those were ones that didn't propagate during that time. And when they got to better times, they did propagate again, and so that influence of being able to react to that, respond to the natural environment was carried on. But we cover that up, those kinds of things up because we don't expose them to that.
Yeah, though, any, you mentioned the nose, and I can't help but mention something to you. Nose, you can divide what we call a nose in 2 parts. The physical is the equipment, the sensors and all that, which in a dog are pretty much uniform. They are not precisely the same, but pretty much uniform. But what we don't know and what differs from dog to dog is the interpretation of that signal reaching the olfactory organ and going through and the reaction to it. And people have a 20/20 vision. And they go into the woods, and one will see every hawk, every bird, everything. He will see everything. The unorthodox one, he just doesn't see nothing. They both have a 20/20 vision. Only it is much more accentuated in a dog. So the dog may have very good, physically very good equipment, but the interpretation, there is a fault, like we were talking about those enzymes, there is a fault somewhere that prevents the manifestation of that signal the dog is receiving. And I am repeating that so many times now. I am myself sick of that. We, as a judges and as a breeders, we have to believe and we have to know that each dog is an individual. That for a dog to be a clone, the chances are 10 on the 46th power. So you have that to cope with the difference of expression, or the dog may send whatever is there and may take some action in that direction. But yet, especially if you are not hunter, you won't see it.
Joe, so we're talking about the dog's temperament, his intelligence, all that is how he uses whatever equipment we've got here.
Well, it
Determine.
becomes, it, again, there is the individuality that has to be taken in consideration. Then secondary,
And the environmental influences
The environmental
that have brought this dog.
yeah, in case of those pointing and search and the field classes, exposure plays such an important and such a great role. And if you don't have, ideally for breeding would be if all the dogs were allowed the same exposure with the same man and tested with the same judges. Then you will have a pretty good picture of it. And since the beginning of a test, that has been the biggest hole in the net. That the presentation of the dog was insufficient because of previously the dog was not allowed to go in a field and get familiar with the smells and so forth. And in secondary, some people they just born to be a trainer. The dogs, they respond to them so fast and so quickly. So a man like that, he can bring a mediocre dog that will shine where on another hand, dog with this much better just will not show anything and will be scored low. So you then, if you breed on that principle, you're going to make a fault because you're not going to use the dog that didn't display all that fancy stuff is that another dog, and you're going to breed that another dog, and you're going down.
One of the really important things about that is that the man who knows he has, the man or woman who knows they have the ability to bring out the best in a dog, need to be very objective, also come with that ability, the responsibility to realize that they're bringing more out of a dog than another person can, and needs to bring that forward. I mean, as far as we as a group, we need to be able to do that. I know we have some people who are obviously just natural, and we tend to favor those people, but those people also, I think, have to be able to come forward in their mind and concentrate on saying, if I do see something that I have to work with more to bring out, I need to talk about that with the breeding group and say, I have this dog and this is what this dog is doing, and Phil put that information into our background on that dog, even though when he presents that dog, he may do everything very, very well, or better than if another person had brought the dog. I think it's really important for those people to bring their information forward. Is that?
Well, Jim, if you have really good judges, it's not necessary. Good judges
Can see through.
sift it. They hardly ever miss something like that.
You show me a man who owns a dog and is objective to
Yeah,
his
I
dog.
know.
Not of this world.
You
What
picked
you
it
want?
last year, Jim.
Joe, what was that I just
Sorry,
heard?
And I said even Joe can't be objective
No,
about his
I-
own.
I know we've talked about that, but I still think there's some value in taking the observations of these people, because they're also interested enough that I think they will be. Sure, you have to put a objectivity factor in there, but I think, at least I think when I look at my pup, I look for all these things as it's going, and no one sees everything that I see in a one day You can't see it all then. And I just think there's some value to that. You
That's
guys-
okay,
I know
we'll
you-
judge your dog.
Bring it
Bring it back 3 times, Jim.
No, there you go.
No, I don't think, that's really not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if I see some things that I think are less than
I know.
perfect, I need to bring it forward.
Yeah, sure.
You know, we have been talking for the last 5 years about qualification for a judge, and without a question, he has to have a hunting experience because the interpretation is lacking. You know, he cannot recognize really what the dog is doing, just observing those dogs. He gets to the point where he puts the dogs in a compartment,
Yeah.
about 4 or 5 compartments, and that's it. And that is almost criminal, because especially in young dog tests, where you get a dog with handler who is left-footed and left-handed, and trying his best, if not intentionally, but just trying his best to hurt the dog as far as presentation is. You have to disregard it, or you have to shift through it. Even like sometime in a pointing, you see on a planted birds, particularly dog with a what we call a good nose, that he can discriminate between wild and planted, dog quick, and then he responds to it accordingly. You know, it's individual. Some dogs, they, with a very strong pointing instinct, they will point. Some dogs that perhaps have a sufficient or more than adequate pointing instinct, or and have been sidetracked, like on a tracking or something, too much tracking and stuff like that with a bird on the end, then they smell that planted bird and they just go and pick it up. And you, as a judge, it is your duty to be able to recognize that and do whatever is possible to present the dog in the qualities, the attributes in the true form. And if you are not sure, you have to back off and give the dog the benefit and try to get another test. Go ahead.
Well, what I hear Jim saying and what it means to me is that you may have a dog that may be, let's say, an extreme, naturally uncooperative. And you may be able to, an experienced trainer may be able to mask that with perhaps some heavy-handed discipline.
Yeah.
And you are, in the obedience part, perhaps overriding something that might be a natural trait. Is that the kind of thing that
Yeah,
you're saying?
yeah, or just the ability to give the dog the communication.
Yeah. Yeah,
So that the dog understands where one person can take the dog out and confuse it because they just don't naturally communicate. And the dog can grow up not quite understanding what it is it's supposed to do, even though they want to be cooperative. It's not because there's no reward for it, so it learns not to be cooperative. Whereas with another person who really has that ability, that dog may appear to be much more cooperative because the communication is much better.
Dog that
Now,
has been,
do you think you can see through that?
dog has been stamped on. You can, good guy, he can see the red card there immediately.
So you don't have any worry about that?
No.
And, well, there are concerns, and the dog, it's all taken in consideration to present the true report, or as true as possible, to the breeding committee that they don't breed. The dog may still be breedable,
Yeah.
but it has to be breedable with normally aggressive dog, not with a timid one.
Yeah.
Normally aggressive dog, and perhaps that way if that level out in 1 or 2 generations. It all depends on your population, on your genetic pool. You have to, it's an art. I tell you one thing, people, they don't like breed wardens and they don't like breeding committees because I can take care of my own dog better. I never felt that way. I'm very happy that I never did. And one of the things what is true, if you have 20 people with 20 dogs and the 20 people they are acting their own way, they're going to make 20 times as many mistakes as this one man if he would be given the power to decide the mating of the dogs. He's going to make a mistake, or she's going to make a mistake, but by far not as many as you with your own dog. Jack, do you have anything to say?
One of the things that's really interesting is that in Jerome, in Idaho, Jerome, Idaho, we saw a dog that had no furor, had no pack leader, had nobody like you're talking about, Jim. He was not a good handler. But the dog was well bred, very well bred in my opinion, compared to most. And throughout the day we saw the dog trying to cooperate, okay, and all the things he did on his own he cooperated with, but every time he was in a situation with the handler, he was uncooperative. But one of the judges said to the dog something at the appropriate time when the dog was looking for direction, being uncooperative, had a bird, was out there 20 yards away doing all kinds of stuff and having a hell of a good time, wasn't bringing the bird to the handler, and novice judges would look at that and say the dog was uncooperative, the display of uncooperativeness. But all of the things where the dog was doing its own thing, he kept in touch with the handler didn't have to say anything, he checked back. If the handler changed direction, he went with the handler with nothing but his instincts to tell him to do that. This dog, in two occasions, was in that situation with a bird in its mouth, and somebody completely outside of the group spoke to the dog at the time when the dog was saying, "Is he going to tell me what the hell I'm supposed to do now?" At that particular time, the dog was spoken to, and he brought the bird right to the stranger. Now, that is something that's hard for judges to sort out. You got to be willing to get out there and sometimes make some mistakes. But that's that degree of making sure you really know what you're seeing and not what you think.
Big challenge.
There it is.
And-
It's a lot of fun.
And the judge that watched this dog, and as the dog came around, and the judge that said, "Hey, you!" was down for him. And I asked him later how he knew the exact, precise moment to do what he did, because the moment he spoke, the dog, "Yeah, here's the bird." And Jack thought about it a long time, and he said, "I don't know," but I knew. I knew.
I've thought about it a week now, and I'm able to answer it a little better.
Well, do you remember
After
the-
that, I said, I don't know why.
You remember what was it about?
Yeah, that's right. Well,
What,
it's
Jim?
the observation, you know, the unfettered observation of your dog, not, and people ask me why I don't breed dogs. Well, I would much rather go out and look at 50 or 100 puppies and buy one than look at 8 of them and try to decide which of these little creatures I've fed 4 times a day, or my wife's fed love the mother and father. It's a lot easier to do it that way, and that's what Joe's saying. It's much better to have somebody say, here's what we want to do, and make only limited mistakes, as opposed to, as a group, we decide we're going to breed all these dogs together, and each of us make several mistakes.
I was going to mention, Jack, I think it's like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, when we had the dog from Colorado with the young couple that came here, the wooden point, kept bumping all the game, and you took him out on the check cord, and I think it was
The day before the dog was tested.
Yeah, it was about a 15-minute session, and the dog now understood, oh, I'm supposed to point.
Exactly.
And it's just like that, he did, because somebody communicated. And I guess that's what I was getting to earlier, but what you're saying is what is very comforting. My question to myself is, am I able to see the things that you're able to see? How long will it take before I feel confident in being able to sort that out?
Well, as they say in the island, soon comes.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you got to do it, okay, and we all bring to the table something, okay, and some people can be judges and observe and sort that out, and others can't, but there's still a lot of tasks and a lot to be given.
Yeah.
And there's also a learned skill based upon a hunter's, most times nearly a lifetime of hunting as a background.
Isn't that what we call exposure?
Yeah, exposure. But I tell you, there is no substitute for an unbiased committee decision on something that you live with each day. It's all right for you one-on-one to evaluate your wife and your wife to evaluate you and shape and nurture and do all the things you do. But with a dog, you put them down on the ground and you breed them and you come up with 8, and if you've made a mistake, you've got 8 unhappy owners.
Jack, on that, what you were saying on the dog, where you said, made the comment, retrieve, I think that's an important thing, when you're out working with the dog, or training, or the handler, how many people really read their dog all the time? I think that's what you feel is real important. Like you read the dog, you read it properly, and timed it properly.
That's right.
The timing is the part. You can do all the other things, but the timing.
Well, that's right.
If you'll judge with everybody, that's right.
Jack read the dog and had the correct timing.
And so many times you'll be out working, and after a fashion, you start daydreaming, and if you're reading your dog all the time and time it properly, you get good results.
The judges can't daydream.
That's right.
They get fired if
Absolutely.
they daydream.
That's right. It's important.
They get fired from this high paying.
There's a very good article in the NRA magazine.
Isn't that wonderful?
On reading your dog.
By Bill McClure.
Yeah,
Super.
good article.
Yeah.
There's a word that Jack used a little bit when it's not picking on Jack, but it's something that we all use many times, the word of unbiased. Okay, there's not an owner, like Jack said earlier, that owner said that you can't be unbiased if you own a dog about your own dog. If you have an opinion, you're biased. Okay, about your opinion. But you're less is the word of anything else. If you have an opinion about walking from here to there, you have a biased opinion about that. It's just not as hard, narrow thinking as one that you are an individual owner of the dog. And that's where this thing of unbiased opinions are. We do this in our business all the time. It's tough for anyone to have an unbiased opinion. It's less.
The opinion of anybody that's on a breeding committee or the opinion of the judge is based on a lot of knowledge and facts. It still can be biased, but it is based on a lot.
Some for the information of some of the people who recently joined the club. We started breeding program 74, and the purpose at the time was to find the best griffons in the United very good hunters, they just didn't have the hunting qualities. So we started as a base pitch with an import from France, Victoria de Bois-Poulet, and then we had an autumn dog import from Germany, Voss von Wolfsburg, and we tried it and we tried and tried, and we just went from bad to worse. So we had a meeting, I think, John, you were at the meeting when it was decided to do something about, was it in Reading, wasn't it? No. And at the time, there were two suggestions to refresh the blood in the existing griffons by introducing short hair blood in them. And really, that's what was agreed upon. And so we contacted very knowledgeable people in Europe, because in Europe they had a breeds that were almost extinct, or they were in such a shape where there was impossible to rebuild them from the existing blocks. So they had to do something, and they turned to another, like German wire hair. They got full pointer blood in them, and Stiglhard blood, and whatever was necessary to bring the breed up to represent a functional dog. So we contacted people in Europe, and we were told, or we were suggested, instead of getting the short hair blood in and having a big problem with culling, nobody wants to cull, that perhaps we get the line from the Czech Posek that approaches the exterior the most closely to the Griffon standard. So that's then that was presented to the board of directors, and they agreed on that, and then John bought Eric. That was Eric was the winner of the memorial. He was the best dog in 1964. 1984. That was the best dog in 1984 in Czechoslovakia.
Of all versatile breeds.
All versatile breeds. And we had to go, and at the time the communist government was in, and they were controlling pretty much the enology, and the rule was that you cannot export any individual dog from the upper 10%, from the top 10%. So we had to bribe the official, and then John, he got the dog, and the dog proved to be, even though it was expensive, I guess it proved to be worth the money.
From my point of view, certainly.
Yeah.
You
And,
mentioned open eye, what is that?
Oh, that's just a physical defect. Genetic predecessor to entropic and ectropic eye.
Yeah, that is when the eyelid, the lower eyelid, kind of
Bloodhound.
falls down and leaves the eye open. Then all the seeds, they come in, and after 2 hours of hunting, the dog cannot see, and it's just all wet from the tears. It's painful, and it distracts the dog from hunting. It's and one thing about that after dwindling to fewer than a dozen individuals, the species can rebound, but only if the survivor differs enough in the genes they carry to adapt to the desired behavior. If there have been too frequent matings between related individuals, then the consequent loss of gene type could threaten the survivor. So we acted to that by getting blood from Czechoslovakia. Genetically, those dogs that we got from Czechoslovakia, they were a result of a controlled breeding since 1948. So, and the breed warden was a genetic pathologist. He had 2 degrees, degree in veterinary medicine and also a degree in medicine. And he was the breed warden who wrote the conditions for breeding, and he had in each of the areas, the big areas, he had a deputy who reported to him and who did the legwork for him and the paperwork. And that's how it went until last year.
They were government officials.
That's correct. They were paid by the government. So that's how it was. So after we got Eric, we got confidence, and subsequently we brought that Hela in, who was the best dog in 1986. And then of course came what's the name?
Iskra came before Hela. And
Iskra came before
and
Hela.
then Hela, and then Axa.
Hela and Axa.
Next was Dan, and then Borja.
And one of the real benefits, and one of the reasons I jumped into Griffons instead of other breeds, other wire breeds that I've kept for 25 years, one of the real benefits was that when Ella came, she came bred to, I don't know how to, a comparable dog as Eric, okay, in Czechoslovakia. So she came with a belly full of puppies. So those dogs really are imports too.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
But I didn't have to pay the import price. And I'm delighted about that, I might mention, from the standpoint that I couldn't afford it otherwise. But that was a particularly good thing to have happen, because now I think we in essence have, 3 lines we could work with? We've got...
Well, at least we'll get into that
Yeah,
later
okay.
today.
But you mean you've got the Griffons plus
Yeah.
at least 1 or 2 lines.
Yeah.
With the German dog and the French dog that came, obviously those had been pre-screened to some degree as well as good dogs. Why do we know now why that failed?
Yes, I think we do. In Germany, the Griffon breed from 2 world wars, plus by bad luck of having the wrong people in charge of breed decisions, the breed just decimated. And we didn't know that because we already think German. And we tried more than once from Germany.
We got 4 one time.
Yeah, we got 4. We took all the bitch puppies out of the litter one time.
That was
A disaster. The French, it's a little different story. They have many more dogs over there, and their dogs were not as decimated from the war as. But they have absolutely no breeding controls in France. Anybody can breed whatever they want.
So really, we got dogs that, well, I shouldn't
Now-
say unknown, but.
Now, they have been tested, but their tests in France are not tests for versatile dogs. They don't, at that time, they did not even test them. The only thing they tested was in the field, nose and pointing, and desire, passion. And, so, this is so funny, what they had, the French had beauty. They had gorgeous dogs.
At the risk of being irreverent here, let me ask you a question. If the Griffon breed had been so decimated in Germany and in France, and there weren't any much breedable stock here, and the Posac was the best wire hair breed going, why don't we just go straight Posac?
Well, because you're talking 1974. At that point in time, I never heard of the word posting.
No, I meant.
You mean 1984?
1984.
Because we had a good shot to save what had been a good breed by using the postage. I guess that's the best answer I can say.
And carrying it back. See, one of the things that will happen here over time, perhaps not, Joe and my time, but over time, what will happen is you'll be back to a Griffon as you knew it. Historically, not as a near term.
Yeah.
But you can breed the size. Right now, if you were to look at the Posac, I saw this Posac bench that just came in, and I said, my God, it's absolutely the good-looking Griffons, what few there were, 20 years ago, except for size. They're a little larger. But the body shape, the skull shape, the way the coat lies on the body.
No, but I guess my point was, what is there, or what was there in the Griffon that we're trying to retain that we wouldn't have if we went straight Posac?
Well, we were talking here a while about genetic diversity. If there is a individual Griffon somewhere, it would not be prudent not to try and find out what he produces. Because, it often happens that dog that is unknown and without references and without tests, they producing excellent pups. They are predominant. Produce excellent pups, or they fit into. So I think that is an advantage if you find one to get him in. But I was just talking yesterday or this morning, and I would advise to keep as high percentage of the line bred imports in the breed beer. What do you think about it, John?
Well, I think that history that we are getting from Czechoslovakia is an enormous benefit. And what I got out of the early portion of your talk on genetics is that the understanding of genetics 20 years or so ago is a little oversimplified. And one thing you learn is that it is enormously complex, and it's an odds game. And your odds are so enhanced. You've got 40 years of careful, conscientious breeding behind you. And so I think that's of enormous importance, and the more you learn about genetics, the more important it seems to be.
That's correct. That's correct. Legal mind. Say
Yeah.
a few words what takes me 2 hours.
He doesn't have a funny accent either.
There's one thing that you need to understand when you ask that question about Griffons is that the needs changed in Europe in the late 1890s and 1900s and early in the century, the first quarter of the century. And the German Wirehair Pointer was bred from Griffons and other rough-coated dogs. And the reason they were successful in developing that dog, which the Czechoslovakians got tired of being beat by after the war, okay, and decided to put the communist and government in charge of building the Draghar for Czechoslovakia, okay, the national dog for Czechoslovakia, that national pride that hunters have. The way those dogs were developed before in Germany were based upon the dogs being tested, and their rule was breed anything you want, but report precisely what you did and what you got. And so you have breeders out there breeding Griffon-looking wire hairs and poodle pointer-looking wire hairs and so on, okay? And short hair wire hairs. And they ultimately came together in as many years as we talked about here, almost 75 years, to a breed that is very, very stable and very, very known. And that process, we're taking 40 years of that from Czechoslovakia and using it here to accomplish the same end in 10 years.
And another answer to your question is, why did we just say, well, it's always Griffon, go with closer? Because it's very sad to lose any breeding dog. It just is.
That's what I was gonna say, there's so much emotion involved, because basically it's a bunch of people that have been in the Griffon Club for a lot of years, and we all remember having some pretty damn good dogs, and all of a sudden you go to all the tests, there's nothing left. You know what I mean? So it's emotions that you want to rebuild what you had, like Jackson's 20 years ago. And that's a nice pocket of people to work with. There's a lot of people that feel that way, so it makes it a little easier than to say, let's form a new club. I don't think you'd be able to get the good people.
If you have a French intellect, though, as an example, and I hope I don't offend any of the French people, but they oftentimes let the emotions drive, and that's the thing that's tried to, this club has done by trying to bring outsiders like Draghar people, okay, and outsiders like short hair people, and so on, into the organization to dilute or counteract or at least be able to extol the virtues of not loving the dogs too much.
Yeah, we've always tried to have as many judges who come from other breeds as possible, so that we as judges don't become inbred.
There is one unknown reason, like I said it about 10 years ago, I don't have to look nowhere else. We got the best at the time. We had the best on the West Coast.
Now we have the best in the country.
I think this point, though, about Griffons and the one that John Zawacki made deserves emphasizing. There is a large reservoir of emotional commitment and investment in Griffons in the United States and in this club. And instead, we thought that, well, let's build on that emotional commitment, that history, and make it better. That is, I think, what we are all about at this point in our history, and I think it's succeeding, and that is very gratifying. We've got the continued involvement of the old Griffon people, and we've got this new injection that I think has been extremely healthy and helpful.
I don't know whether this is out of school or not, but I think you need some more publicity about the Griffon.
Oh, we have all that we need and can handle right now. It could kill us.
Oh, well, we in Iowa had a dickens of a time finding out about the Griffon Club.
Well, I tell you, the Griffons are in Iowa.
But no one knows about the club.
Oh, yes, they do. You were just a little late and $1 short. dog. Here, that's the main thing, it's okay.
Well, I think what a lot of people don't realize is every time there's more publicity, it puts money in the pockets of the puppy factories, people that bring it over here. And all of a sudden you get people coming to the test that here's my Griffon, doesn't even look like it.
Well, we were interested in finding out
Sure.
about the dog, and
I
only
mean, like,
because,
we've had so many problems over the years. I mean, in Michigan, we
I
had
see.
tests for years, and all of a sudden we have like 3 puppy factories there. They're just ruthlessly putting out dogs for money. that
Right
just
now,
aren't even
as he
close to
speaks.
us. I mean, you look at dogs, they've got jowls, and they've got these big fluffy coats, and they've got bad eyes, and they're breeding and breeding, and they're selling because there is some popularity. And that's why every time it gets a little more popular, it hurts the breed, and it seems to help the puppy factories, and it's just, you know.
So we
but
don't
had
need,
we had more background on the Griffon, we probably wouldn't have bought the pup that we did.
But I'll give you an example, like last year, I mean, almost all the dogs we put out in the breeding committee, there was one guy here in Iowa that put out that many dogs in one litter, and they were just miserable dogs.
That's probably ours.
What really has happened, and I watched it in the wire bears, because they were only recognized by AKC in the early 30s, late 20s, and, late 30s, excuse me. And what I watched there was that dog become a popular backyard bred dog, and now some puppy mills out there, okay? And with the Griffons, every bit of publicity that you give creates more need for puppies that you can't supply, but the puppy mills can. And so you build up this pent-up desire for these dogs, and most people have to ruin a dog or two before they get the kind of hunting dog that they really would like to have. And when that happens, I would much rather have them ruin a puppy mill built pup than one of our breeding committees.
And excuse me, there is a good dog comes out of the puppy.
Sure.
But that's,
I think
Absolutely.
we need to get moving on what our objective is to accomplish tonight.
That,
When you were talking about the puppy milling in Zion, and dogs, you have seen it in the Irish Setters, you have seen it in Carcass Spaniels, you will see it in all breeds which are populated, propagated by numbers. And there are very, very few people who are willing to pay the price, which is very, very steep, the opportunity to train and the purchase of good stock. And there you have to make a decision of some of the people who are just interested. Do they bought the puppy, ordered that dog, or that female for puppy milling, or do they just bring the dog in for improvement of the breed? And if you do that, if you have that particular people who bring them in just for desire of improving the breed, there's a lot of sacrifices there, and a lot of people are not willing to take that risk.
There's also, Joan, a lot of people, to answer her question, that started out owning Griffons that came from wherever they could get them,
So
and
who
were
did?
not aware of
Yeah.
the Griffon Club, found out about it, and have become very staunch supporters of the program and are very involved in it.
You bet.
So, you know,
Yes,
to answer
definitely.
her question just a little bit.
Definitely.
Well, we had looked for one for 5 years.
I waited 7 years my first time.
Did you?
I bought my first Griffon from a next door neighbor. You know, what could be wrong with that?
I want to go to really, don't you think that buying, paying double or thrice the price from dog that is guaranteed, that is much cheaper than go to a puppy milling?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. That's what I said.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sacrifices
Yeah.
involved in order to maintain that certain standard which you or the club or any club has set up to stay within that level. It's a lot easier to go and say, well, I'm going to have XYZ puppy miller come in and make that, you know, I get a lot of calls say, well, I can get that dog for somewhere else. I said, well, I don't really want you. I said, I want a guy who's going to be able to test this dog, who's going to be able to go on there. I'm going to end up eventually with maybe 1 or 2 dogs more than I want to, but I'm not in a hurry to get rid of them dogs because, well, I will test them, I will run them. And when the right person comes along, I may even give the dog away because I know that that particular person is willing to do that in my format, what I want. the way I want it done, rather than just selling it for the X amount of dollars, which could come into the coffin and say, well, here it goes. But this is what the puppy millers are thriving on. They, you know, they have registrations on them. They don't know who the hell the dogs are, but they have some registrations where they're going to put the paperwork through, and they say it's AKC registered, but no one knows where that gene pool came from. And so they make their money on that. But the clubs like us, who are trying to do the best and trying to get the stabilized breed in there, there's a lot of sacrifices, and a lot of people say, well, what is it? It's time, it's money, and dedication.
There's one more reason that we, I think, shied away from publicity in the past, and that was that at most we would be able to have only 1 or 2 approved breedings per year. We just didn't have enough breedable dogs to produce more puppies than that. And people who learned about our program and saw the benefits in it would often have to wait years to get a puppy from an approved breeding. So that to have publicized what we were doing more than we did would have just exacerbated that problem and made more people angry and disillusioned, I think, in the long term. Now, for the first time, we've got 5 or 6 approved breedings in 1 year. So our situation is really in transition. And I think we're going to be able to satisfy more needs and wants in the years immediately ahead than we have in the past.
And we have for years run an ad in every issue of Gun Dog magazine for our club.
Yeah, you had one in Outdoor Life or something. That's where I caught it 2 years ago, or that's when I called you, or came down here, I think, and talked to Mrs. Pitlow, I think, at the trial.
You need to understand the bigger problem of everything you've just talked about. That's the availability of better dogs and the fact that you now have the need for dedicated, not dog fancier, but dedicated grip-on future owners. Okay? And that's a hell of a dedication. You know, if you come from Colorado and decide to test your dog because it's closest to Iowa and it costs you $1,000 to do it, round trip with your dog, you know, that's a serious thing. Of course, you get the $40 back. My point is that the bigger problem now is not satisfying the popularity of the breed, but satisfying the needs of the breed with people who are dedicated. That's the problem, okay? Because we all talk to people who want one of these dogs because Larry Mueller wrote about it, okay? And when you start talking to those people, if you don't talk very point blank about the commitment they have if they get one, and A, they better be a hunter. Oh, I hunt on a hunting reserve. Well, not with this dog. I'm sorry. Okay, and that's a nasty business to be in because we're in America where everybody wants to sell something, and in our organization, we can't afford to sell it.
We place them.
This is
If
like an
you do,
adoption
you lose.
agency.
Now, it's a little stricter. So, where do you want to go now?
I was going to ask John, John, we were talking about how much supply of Felix genes for sperm do you have?
I can't answer that precisely. I know we have 3 different collections.
So it's several.
How many bitches that will service is what I'm not clear on. My impression is maybe 6.
No.
And how long will that sperm be viable?
At least 10 years. Yeah.
And so those collections are a year or 2 old already.
Yes.
A point on this
Yeah.
too.
That's plenty.
This
Wait.
is costing Johnny $65 a year to keep this.
$65 a year to keep the,
Right.
Just the storage in the sperm bank. Right.
just the storage. This doesn't count the untold number of trips that John has to take to Philadelphia. Take Eric down there to collect the, plus 1,000 other things. This adds to what I said in the beginning today of all the hidden costs and sacrifices, time and money that goes into these I never knew that. Thank you, Warren.
But Eric gets into the truck willingly. Are we beyond the point, if someone were interested, if the club were interested, are we beyond the point of collecting more, or does he still have an active sperm?
No, I think we can collect more if we thought we needed more.
We're gonna do a natural breeding in about a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those are always best.
Yeah.
And after that, it's a good time to go for collection,
Yeah.
save some time.
Yeah.
Philadelphia, the only place that has a sperm bank?
No, but it's the one that's closest to John, and it's also the one, you investigated a little bit.
Yeah, it's probably the leading one. But they are in the process of training vets all over the country on how to do these collections. So it's part of a nationwide network that's growing.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that it would be nice if there was one closer to our west coast too,
Well, there
you know,
is,
and
I'm
for
sure.
future.
Yeah, through the Philadelphia group, they can put you in touch, I think, with a vet in the west coast that can do that.
But I think it's important to remember on that the success ratio is much lower, so you have to have many more shots in the bank.
That's right.
Yeah, it's
For
right,
success.
Yeah.
Well, when you projected a sufficient supply for 6 pitches, did you take in consideration that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've always heard 2 for 1. But
Okay, so.
All right, so we, I got, I think it's spoken up about.
Yeah, I think that's great for
We're just gonna go straight through. If anybody wants coffee, quietly go back and get it, but our time is so precious. We're gonna go for 1 more hour and break for lunch.
Mine can only stand as much as the bladder can hold.
And be excused for 5 minutes. The impression we left was that there is no difference between the Griffon and the Fose. And as far as I'm concerned, this is true. And the reason that we've gone on with the Griffon comes purely an emotional reason. That's not the impression that we meant to leave. We do not see any difference between the 2 breeds, which is why, in the first place, we use the Fose. Because as far as we're concerned, they're genetically the same. But the Griffon, that is, the original Griffon was genetically the same as the present-day Fose. Stop me if I'm wrong, Bill, please.
Okay. If one could go, that is not my opinion, that is the opinion from some of the articles I read and so forth and so forth, and it was in Dogs and Cats, about dogs and cats, different colors and so forth. The biologists, they say, then there is not a different genetic setup between Griffon and between Fose, or no bigger than it is between Fose bred in one line and Fose bred in another line. Perhaps even there is more difference than between the line we're breeding to, because the line in all aspects is identical with the standards of a Fose, with the exception that they are 2 inches too high. personally, I don't mind that because it seems to be that the 24, 25, 26-inch height is favored all over the world now. It's the ideal height for a hunting dog. So it is that the emotion certainly plays the major role there. Genetically, personally, I don't believe in, perhaps I can find the opinions of the scientists and document that, as I said before, there is no bigger difference between Fosig and Griffon compatibly selected as it is between the two Fosigs or two Griffons, or progeny over two Fosigs or two Griffons.
Last weekend, Jack and John Pitlow and I judged a, in quotes, Griffon in Idaho, who I think was genetically much farther away from what we think of as Griffon than are these Fosigs that we brought in. The one on Sunday with the poor coat, Jack. We gave it a green track the last. They have a light colored coat. We did Cliff Jarrell's dog and the other one. We got it. That dog was genetically farther away than a Fosig.
It's phenotype.
Yeah.
There's a saying in the dog world, the dog fanciers world, to show people that unless there's more difference within the breed than there is from breed to breed, with these short-tailed pointing dogs. Okay? There's more difference within the breed than there is from breed to breed, because they all came from breed to breed. So you're going to see the diversity of the breed to breed within a given breed, if you will, but you're also going to see the abnormalities of monkeying with the breeding, trying to put together dogs that you think you know all about, that you don't, that when you produce they come out looking different than anybody else, because you didn't pay attention to the past pedigree like a breeding committee.
There is a more genetic difference between the short hair or the wire hair or the Griffon of yesteryears, say 30 years ago. 100 times as much difference between, I used the word purebred short hair 30 years ago and today, as it is 100 times more difference genetic as it is between Fosig and Griffon. Am I right?
Don't go fast.
They changed
The
so
basic,
much.
the basic dog is there, but the standard, the physical attributes are totally different from what they used to be.
Not only the physical attributes, the
Mentally.
demands,
Yeah.
the demands on the hunting style, the demands on arranging,
Yeah.
well, whatever it's got to do, yeah.
The selective breeding we've done.
Okay, so there you are.
So, yes, it is an emotional decision, but it's based on a lot of objective information, and again, I go back to wanting to save a breed, and by injecting Fosig, we save a breed, a good breed. I would feel this way if it was any breed I had been involved with. It just so happened it was the Griffon.
And it was said at that first meeting in Reading that if you went away bred out to the Fosack as an example. And then 3, 5 generations later, no more Fosacks, that AKC would accept them as Griffons, which is true. That's important to me. That's true. I don't care what AKC did for that, but that's.
However, that really can never be because we have our own registry. And the only place you can register these dogs is in our registry, nowhere else.
Those conclusions and the ideas that are vented, they are, in my opinion, they are 90% emotion. Because, I have some genetic mapping, like here before me, I have a genetic mapping of color of the coat and eyes in German short hair pointer, German wire hair pointer, Griffon, and German long hair pointer. That's for the color of the coat, the liver coated, and the color. Establish now probability of predisposition. The dog's genotype. See, that's very difficult. You have to judge it from the phenotype. But if you can establish the genotype, you got it made. And well, there's still you have to fight the probability of predisposition. Well, you still have that problem left.
It's a crapshoot on a crapshoot.
Yeah, nature, and it is nature. You have to have a full deck of cards. Sometimes you get all spades, which is fine for this case, but what about tomorrow? Absolutely worthless. And so, in truth, we are trying to map the presence of genes that are favoring the manifestation of desirable type of trait. So that is something I would very much like to impress on the judges. It made me feeling very humble and sometimes very unsure. More and more I try to get support from my fellow judges who are with me when I'm senior judge, and I think we need to put a mark down unless after discussion we all agree, all 3 agree that is so. Even if it takes repeated testing, repeated words, and so forth. Another thing.
Before you leave that, I have an awful time, and I don't know whether I'm alone or not, but you'll have to tell me, please. But I'm not, it'll make me feel good. But the point is that I can't tell, I have to think real strongly about the difference between phenotype and genotype. Phenotype is what you can see. It's got 4 legs. Genotype is what you can't see, the genes in the dog that
cost is for them.
Just remember, phenotype and physical.
Statistically,
They
I
look like the same thing.
No, not all. Part of it is.
Well,
But what the difference is that what you see in the dog, phenotypically, observing the dog work, or that's your phenotype. The difference between the phenotype and genotype, you have to insert the environmental influence. Because you can have a predispositions for graduated serve, short, longer. The predisposition is there and can be graded, okay, by exposure. That's training for them. The same dog, you are going to expose the dog to a certain type of environment, in a certain type of a game, and you are a certain type of person, how to lead the dog. Your dog is going to range longer than if the man who is less skilled and who only goes occasionally out, the dog will probably stay closer to him.
So phenotype needs to be separated from the environment.
As much as you can.
Within the realm of possibility.
Because you can, in pointing or in anything, you see a dog that's got a convinced and you can see from the action brilliant nose, interprets the signals just perfect. Well, often in judging such a dog, the dog might end up on a short end, especially with the planted bird, because he can immediately tell that it is a planted bird, and like John told me, one dog, he was hunted on a wild birds for hunting season, and then they took 10 raised pheasants on dragging or tracking. Well, see, to the dog, it's like to you seeing a big red sign and big green sign. It's that evident. The dog, the olfactory organs, they are so fine. They can, there can be 100 different scents in a room environment. They can isolate, separate every one, where humans will identify the strongest one.
So with that, how is the judge, without prior knowledge, see the dog work on live wild birds, be able to judge the difference?
can I tell you, because we did. We never saw that dog work on wild birds, but we knew it had. We knew it had been hunted on wild birds. We saw the nose and everything. We knew that this dog had pointed and that something had happened to screw it up. And as judges, it was up to us to sift it out and be sure that dog was given the proper score so that the proper thing goes in the record. And that's how.
Okay, but let's assume that that dog did not, or you did not know the circumstances behind that wildlife.
I didn't even have to know that. I know the dog came from impeccable breeding and that everything else that dog is doing everything else right. And it doesn't point. Now something's wrong here.
But
So
the
you try
dog did pre-pointing, okay?
Yeah.
The dog did pre-pointing.
Acknowledged, Sarah.
Well, it stopped, well beyond that,
No,
you know,
much
the
more.
stalking behavior, okay, like you do at the end of a track with the dog. All of that was there, you know, and what we did was release inadvertently a bird, and then then a bird that we had put out, all tethered up, got away from us, and all lit into an area. We sent the dogs back on those birds about 10 or 15 minutes after it had done. Those birds had been released. Closer simulation to hunting conditions, and then the dog did point, albeit briefly, but did point. And we do lots of things to try to help them. We took these dogs right into the wind, and the more experienced hunting dogs, when they got a nose full, they moved right up to the bird, and because it was an injured or traumatized bird, because we rocked it and put it down, it scooped it up and brought it back. We took another dog, we took a different dog in that scenario I've just described, and then we put the bird so the dog came in on the bird crosswise, so it got sparked by as opposed to just getting the shock gradually build up, it got shocked by the scent cone. Dog hinged around it, whammo. We could have set it up wrong again, but we didn't. So that's why so much of this experience is important. That's how you do the things you do. You don't put the bird down in a hole. You put it up on top where it's wind washed.
And furthermore, in addition to giving that dog a proper score in pointing, and perhaps even that score of 3 maybe wasn't like expected, probably 4 in pointing, but at any rate, in addition,
We had a small difference.
we did not dock that dog in cooperation either, because that dog did nothing that was uncooperative. So,
And that also is a good indication.
Der Hund wird nachgezogen. Ist nachgezogen.
But it's in the box.
Yeah.
I'll be able to translate that because it's on record, it's being recorded. I'll just have to use that book.
Okay. One another consideration we have to take. Pointing, the intensity, that's a whole spectrum.
Yeah.
From a dog who barely points up to a dog who points and you cannot move him from a track with a track going to point the track and he's going to stay there and you tramp around and he's going to be looking for it, insisting the stuff is there. That's exaggerated pointing instinct. You don't want to go there. Ideal is, of course, the dog goes and points everything. But what if you do shorter So, but you can start with a dog and you can start observing the dog from the way he takes into the wind, his reactions to various scents, his movements, what he does with the hot spots. It's pretty much can pretty much predict what's in the dog if you show the dog if you see the dog working properly for 10 minutes and even sometimes if he doesn't display those things, if you are convinced you just have to try to document that. You know it, but it has to be documented. We had so many of those things. We had once a dog, it came from British Columbia and got sick.
Yes, pretty good.
And it was sick like a dog. Okay, run the dog and like that. And we planted. There was not freshly planted. It was a bird there. It was there for a while. And the dog, in about 1.5 minutes, displayed all we wanted to know. So from the 20 minutes, the dog, in the 1.5 minutes, showed us what the natural abilities are in the dog, and we scored. That was a very brave act, wasn't that?
Yeah.
To give the dog a good score. The dog came next year, and it had a dog. So we were right. Or there are things where, as a judge, you have to improvise. One time in a tracking of a released pheasant, blind disabled released pheasant, we went through 4 dogs,
Oh,
and they
yeah.
couldn't find their shadow.
Get ready.
So, okay, that's the end. Everybody back. And we went and choose a different type of a cover and different area, and we ran the dogs there. It was entirely different. So your primary duty is to present the right picture, not according to some rules, because the rules, they are only group rules, and dogs are individual. So you just have to be inventive, and if you are convinced, if you know that it is in the dog, you find a way to demonstrate and witness to it.
And Joe, I would add to that, that's the reason we only allow ourselves to judge a certain number of dogs during one day. So that if we have to take time to improvise or run birds through tracking over again or whatever, we have the time to do that, and we get the accurate scores for each dog. Jack?
Well, the crime of putting down the wrong scores is just incredible. Because if we had put down, based upon what we saw in the field on this particular dog, a breeding dog would have to have had an excellent breeding test later on in order to continue to be a breeding dog. And that was the probability, based on the dog's ability that we saw, the natural ability that we saw coming out of that dog. There was no question that we had an unusual circumstance. But to have not gone, to have had 11 dogs to judge that day, and not able to go get a couple more birds out of the crate in order to go ahead and test this dog a certain way, in order to see it point, would have been the worst crime. Because this dog, in my opinion, based on what I've seen so far, without the intermediate test, is a breedable dog. And you think, we have problems when we judge them properly. If we judge them improperly, boy, then do we have some real problems.
Go ahead.
I don't know how strongly you good people feel about this, and I don't know how they practice it in Europe, but I was to an evaluation last weekend where the birds that were being used as being set, those birds were never handled by a bare human hand. They were all handled by gloved hand. And a bird boy went out without the gloves on, and for the dog that was tested on the birds that he set with the glove, without the glove, the dog just went to those birds. And the judges picked up on that, so I complimented the judge on being observant on that. The kid left his gloves behind. So I don't know, you talk about the conditioning of the dog to the fact that it was a pen-raised bird, or the fact that it's been handled by human hands. And maybe the glove issue is one that we should look at, or I don't know. I try and handle birds with gloves.
Yeah, we did paid attention to it since the beginning of the testing, and sometime I did personally, I didn't find any evidence of any difference. It is more important if you can bring those birds fresh, so they don't sit in that crate
kept them in a crate during the day, you release them in a pen at night, and then the next morning you re-catch them. That always works best. And sometimes you can't do that, but because the facilities aren't there, and you do with what you can. But as far as the gloves go, if you think about a dog's smelling ability, and now you put these gloves on, right? The first one you put on with this hand, right? And, you know, and then you put it in your pocket and carried it around for a while. I think, my opinion is that, I don't think it makes any difference. I think it makes a difference to the dog that's been used to.
I think that's maybe what was being seen there.
Jack, if I could just say something, I'm in agreement with you 100% because, especially if you use like a leather glove or something like that, you know, you're adding to it. They're not
We even tried surgical gloves.
Yeah, we've done everything.
Well, they would have a latexy smell that might be foreign to the dog.
The
Right.
trauma,
too.
the trauma to the bird
It's the one.
is the biggest thing. The bird is giving off, you know, is giving off scent by being dizzy, and, you know, it's in an absolute fright mode. And you know when you see animals reacting to that kind of odor, whether it be a horse off of humans or a dog saying, hey, I'm going to him, he is ticked. You know, whatever it is, all of those things mean more, I think, than the glove.
And the most important thing of all is, as judges, to remember that that's what we're using. We're using pen-raised birds. And we've just got to always take it into consideration. Otherwise, we're apt to judge a dog improperly.
Before Joe, she's got something to say, but I was stressing at the beginning of our talk here the importance of people and dogs being hunters. I have a long time ago, that was 6 or 7 seminars ago, I found here my definition of a hunter. It's a man knowledgeable in the behavior and habitats of game, actively participating in the protection of the wild population level, and deeply motivated to prevent any waste or loss of all animals subjected to his control, food, fur, or ornament. That's perhaps very old-fashioned, but that is what we were taught when I started out.
That's why you didn't say anything about
He meant it in a biblical
Oh,
sense.
thank you.
Okay, man jack is okay.
He meant a man or a woman, Joe.
Okay, Joan,
Well,
you got something?
nothing special until we're going to get, maybe we should break for lunch, 10 to 12.
All right.
And then we come back and get into the reader group, and I did not order many books. And Dallin was already taken 2.
How do you do it all right?
And who took the other 2 was Pitlow. And we've got 1 Pfaffenberger, no, 1 Hut book left.
And a buck.
The Wacky's Hands got it.
And
Sold.
And a buck.
Oh, and we've got 1 Pfaffenberger left. Well, anyway, Don Nicholson's taking care of all that. Now, my other question is, Don, here,
I gave her the Pfaffenberger, I have already.
is there anybody in this room who has not paid $10 to the Hertig for the seminar? Stand up and pay now.
Right. Now? It's 15 for late payment.
paid twice?
And while we're talking about money, there are a few people in this room who have forgotten to pay their dues for 1991. I have the names memorized. One is not here, Jeff Light, he didn't make it. One is Will Wasik, and the other is John Zawacki.
What?
Yay! You won! You may pay your $30 dues right now to our treasurer, Bill
Bill planned it
Hunter.
for how long, Bill?
Day.
A day. Oh, Nadekar! Nadekar, forgot. Yeah. Yeah.
Before you spend all of it.
Thanks, Willie.
The only way to get it is shame.
Our friend there.
We have our annual board of directors meeting tonight, and so everybody that's going to that, we do have a few invited members going to that from regional clubs. In addition to the regular board members, we will have our dinner meeting at 6 o'clock tonight at the Powerhouse in that Iowa City or Carlville. And that means we need to be leaving about 5:30 to get there for dinner. Is there anything else for today? John, no. At the end of today, when we break up at 4 o'clock, Ken Hertig has an announcement.
I don't know.
Okay, I assume that everybody has this packet, and you've read through this, you've read the letter to the reading committee. Should we just start with the first reading, or should we consider it? Do you have an extra packet? Joe needs one. Okay, well, the first three readings were really ones that were already on the ground. So we would go to page 3, proposed readings for 1991. And the first one is Eric and Kella, and that, of course, that already happened. And so the second one on page 3 is Eric and his granddaughter, Amy of Dutchman's Hollow. So why don't we get that pedigree and look at that a little bit? That's going to be pretty easy. I can't find mine. Here. No, you put them together. Yeah, you've got it in the wrong place. Okay, you'll have to go through and find, it looks like this. It looks like Eric, and that's what it looks like. Towards the end of the packet. It's almost at the end. Finding it?
More from the end.
Four from the end. Mine. This is pretty straightforward, this pedigree, though. You know, it's...
Karen, do you
12,
have any more?
12 months.
No? Okay.
Excellent. That's good. Excellent. 12 months. No. Because it's excellent. We discussed that a whole years ago. Any questions about about this breeding.
What are the pros and cons of breeding so close?
Yeah, this is incest. Something the whole family can do together.
Tom?
Family sport.
It just shows the OFA 16 months here. No,
Well, it's actually 12 months. It was excellent at 12 months, and she'll be done again. We just didn't wait
okay.
for 24 months, because if it's excellent at 12
I
months.
would not object to that on the ground of, because at 12 months, if the dog got an excellent confirmation from OFA, it's almost 100% guaranteed that it wouldn't, at the worst, it would go 1 point down, which would be very good. So that is not the objection.
Wasn't there a judgment taken in there too, the rest of the litter?
Yeah, the rest of the litter x-rayed well. Yeah. That's a good sign. So,
One thing I tell you, if that what is interesting to me, John Pico is here, yeah, that the Amic of Dutchman's Hollow that's coming from a Griffon background.
yeah, the Haskell Mary Susan, that was Tom Whitley's fish, who's
Yeah.
judge in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, okay, he knows what it entails, that breeding. It either proves that the previous breeding eliminate low spots from that Mahaska's line, or it will show up and then you have to do some culling. But we were talking about that, we were bringing up the fact that the original breeding was outcross. In the first, in outcross, the first F1 generation, because of the genetic vigor, usually it's okay. Where you start stumbling up is second, and in particular the third generation F3. I would personally don't object to that close breeding, because if there is something wrong, it's going to show up right away.
First generation. Show up first generation.
Right now.
Yeah.
That's F2, but it should show up. And it,
Yeah, the F2. Right. But I'm saying he would
F1 was okay, that later. Now he's going back with one of the gets F1 to very back, okay? So if they are shadows from Mahaska,
Yeah.
they will come to light more quickly. And the rules are he's guaranteeing his puppies, and if it should surface, then we know about the whole project, not only about this breeding, but the whole line we will know. So from that reason, I object to it all.
Is this the F1?
Yeah, why don't you define terms?
Is this,
F1 is Ami, right?
yeah, okay. Oh, so she's the F1?
Yeah.
Okay. Amy is the F1.
Then what is AVA?
Isn't that the ABBA from there?
Well, Eric was bred to who first?
Well,
To
Eric
Ava.
was bred to Mahaska.
Mahaska, okay. Okay. And the progeny was Ami,
No,
Eric
Ava.
and Mahaska produced Ava.
Avai.
Ava and Blue Mountain Brew produced Amy.
Well, Avai is first F1.
Okay, so what's Amy?
F2.
Okay. what will,
It's
What?
still close, but for that reason, as I explained, I still don't object to it.
what will the progeny,
F3,
this will be F3?
that's right.
Okay,
That's the critical one.
okay, okay. Bill,
Yeah, you were saying that there are any shadows through this parent.
Mahaska.
Now, aren't we really looking for shadows through Eric? When you
No.
read back to Eric,
No,
aren't we gonna
no.
see something from him there, or no?
No, that dates way back. That Mahaska, that is a gift of the dog we judged in New Jersey. That's what I'm talking about. That-
See,
Okay,
we-
yeah, but you're not
but
breeding
no,
back on
well,
that side, you're breeding back on the
Bill,
sire
see,
side.
we know
Yeah,
if
that's fine.
we know if we can do shadows back behind the head,
Right.
so,
we knew that. Now, the F1 and even the F2 generation, there is no problem.
so far so good.
Everything is fine.
Well,
But
Yeah,
if,
but
if,
not on that side, on that side, see what I'm saying, you're going to the one side.
what- yeah, I
To
know,
the female, and now what you're doing is you're rebreeding back to the male.
Well, you're doubling up on Eric.
Right, doubling up in
Yeah.
there, so that's where you're gonna find, if there are any shadows in that line, that's where they're gonna show up rather than on the female side, isn't it?
Well,
yes and no.
see, that's
Because you're
Right.
doubling up the male is what you're doing, rather than
Right.
doubling up the female is what I'm
right,
saying.
right. Nevertheless, as I said before, F1, no problem. You hardly can look and make any conclusion from. F2, that's where your problem starts. Whatever it is from the bitchy side or sire side, it doesn't make any difference.
those
And
problems,
what we're doing here, we're just shortening it up one free generation. Instead of having 3 free generations, we have 1 free, 2 free. That's going to be F3, 2 free generations. So we're getting ahead of it, and I am just saying, if there are any, they only can come from that Mahaska side, because Eric was bred to several bitches, and we know that there is no adverse attributes that they were detected in his progeny so far.
Except code.
Well, that,
That's
that's
minor.
me.
Well, that's just the wrapper, but I don't want to say nothing because
All right,
that's been spelled out already.
all right.
Now, one other thing, in Ava, the F1, she was the only breedable dog out of an entire litter. So that, we know that.
But Ava's been covered by 2 since then, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
And those get,
only one of them are good.
So, should we maybe go on to the
Are there any more questions on that?
on that particular thing?
In determining, you have to have statistics and you have to have a program. We have only so many dogs. We got enough dogs now to establish 3 lines. So we will be able, if everything goes according to that program she's got outlined here, then we will be able to breed in the proper way from now on, and that is leave 3 generations free and have a common ancestor as a grand or grand-grandfather. If we had a bigger population, we wouldn't have to perhaps do those things. We would have a second thoughts about that. But as it is outlined, if we will arrive to the status where, cannot do bad, because those dogs are guaranteed.
You just mentioned something that we've got enough dogs now to do 3 lines.
They will be all in one line,
They will all in
really,
one
but
line.
they are 3
Sublines.
sublines.
Subline. So what,
We're gonna
how
get-
how is that established by the amount of studs that we have as far as?
We're gonna kind of get to
lines?
that, Bill, as we
Okay.
move through this. It's easier, I think, if we can have pedigrees in front of us.
Let me just make sure I'm clear on one point. Joe, you say that in F1, you are less likely to uncover defects than you are in F2, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so we've got F2 on the ground here, and F2 has been tested. And my recollection is that there were a number of good dogs, litter mates of Amy, who tested all right.
A
Am I
very
correct?
sound litter.
Yeah. Okay, so that the chances of significant defects being present, you're saying, are not large.
They are not because of the large percentage of dogs in a F2 generation that were above
Okay.
the acceptable line.
But even so, in a perfect world, you would prefer to wait one more generation before
Yes.
going back to Eric.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But at the same time, again, we were talking about preservation of that blood that we are importing. And Amy, she's coming from outcross, she's coming in. Still, it would be, in my opinion, if I would have all the money in the world and all the room in the world, I would do the same thing. I would find out if from that side, coming from that Mahaska originally, if it's compatible with the blood that we are trying to establish. Is that logical to you?
Yes.
We also have in this pedigree, not on Mahaska's side, but on Stire's side, way back here, we've got Fergus Lake.
Pardon me, but
That old junk, that old junk. Can't get away from it.
That's a long ways back.
well,
Yeah, but that's, you can say that now, Jack, but oh boy.
let's find out.
Yeah, we'll find out.
right.
We'll find out. So, okay, then the third one, Arrow, Dutchman Hall, and AXA. Now, in this reading, constantly new information comes to us and things happen. So that sometimes we change our mind, and we've been discussing earlier today. Now we have Dan here. So the question is, should we go ahead and breed AXA to Arrow, or should we breed AXA to Dan? And that's the question we're going to decide right now.
Then owner, Dan.
Oh, Jim.
No, you.
Oh, you.
What
What?
do you,
I
what do
didn't
you,
hear you, Joe.
what
I'm
do you,
sorry.
what do you say? What do you think?
We are suggesting to breed AXA to Dan.
That's my personal feeling, yes. That I think we should perhaps go to Dan.
Yeah.
We have Arrow here. We have tried some breedings, and the thing is that he's still young enough yet, that if we have to, we can go back to him.
Yeah, and we will. And we've got,
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
How old is AXA?
Jack's is 4.
Okay, now what is your reasons for your, thinking on this rather than Arrow? I mean, have no personal,
Well, that's one of the reasons.
just
Yeah,
because you
know.
can always go back?
We can always go back. If this doesn't work out, we can always go back to Arrow. Yeah.
There is a better compatibility too. It's kind of a,
Let's look at the pedigrees of AXA and Dan. It's the same as Amy, so you just use Amy. Okay, just find AXA and Dan. I'm not finding Dan in my packet.
Last,
That's where, yeah. This one had an error.
My section,
Not on mine, it isn't.
my section is the second pedigree, right after the Bitlow one. The green ink circle.
Says Dan right in the middle there, Joan, and those, between those two little lines.
I don't have Dan in my packet. Thanks, okay, there's Dan.
Well, now that's a different one than they're using.
He's new, this morning I announced that he's here. He belongs to Jim Geisel. Yeah. Okay, put those two pedigrees together, Dan and AXA.
I don't know. I haven't got the project.
Just wait a minute.
all those dogs, they come into the same line. Sometimes there is a more, distance than 3 generations. And then
In this case,
if you go back, you find it because definitely it's not the same line.
That's the model.
So we just don't have a deep enough, we don't have a deep enough, pedigree.
so, okay. Arrow and AXA would be a complete outcross. Dan and AXA would not be a complete outcross. That would be something common that we can't see beyond the 4th generation.
Background of those pedigrees, if you see the dogs, they are contributing the majority, and Aksa's sire, he's 3 times a champion of beauty. See, then he's got first prizes all over. He's got he went twice to utility, one with second prize, one with first prize. He's got the Memorial Francisca Husky, third prize there. Utility is yes. Yeah, right.
Also, why Dan didn't eat the Zibel's cats.
He licked them.
He likes them.
He licks them.
He licks them. He's licking his chops, you realize.
That's what we were wondering. For a long time, we didn't let them get that close, but we finally decided that,
Now he's licking them?
now he lays with them and everything else.
Getting ready. He says, I'm going to improve my sport.
Retrieve the dead cat. How old is Dan at the present time?
He was 2 in November.
Oh, great.
So he's young too.
Good, good. A sidelight is that Axe's sire is the same sire as Orchid. That's interesting. Arrow was bred to Gary Poole's bitch. I don't know whether she's craggy. It was too soon to tell, Jack, when you saw her last week. I have a feeling she is, yeah. Where's Dean?
Right here.
Yeah. What did you get? Did you get 2 or 3 ties?
3.
3? So we're going to have...
Another thing is I would like to see what's coming out from that, my arrow.
Yeah, this will give us...
The first,
That's right.
that was a good breeding year.
Right. So this will... In a year from now, we'll have a little indication of arrows. So that's good.
I would feel more comfortable then.
Yeah.
Dan have a breeding?
Yeah. 2 or 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah, they have been evaluated. They have the young dogs first. They get them together before the natural
Pre-evaluation.
pre-evaluation. They, what are is research and you would let anything go.
Well, I'm comfortable with that. Arrow's probably not comfortable with that, Dean, but then you...
He really doesn't know, but he would smile anyway.
Okay. So,
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
If those 2 dogs were still in Czechoslovakia with the breed work or something, would he okay to breed those?
No question about it. No question about it. Because he's got, he goes way back, but the qualifications as it is, and being from the same line, there's absolutely no shadow of a doubt that the breeding would be approved.
Joe, would you elaborate what you mean when you say from the same line? In this case?
the 11th line.
Okay, the Posek in Czechoslovakia, is the largest breed. They have approximately 2,100 registered kennel names. And they claim that it is a national dog that got his start during the reign of Charles the Fourth, the Roman emperor, who was he was the king of Bohemia, and Holy Roman Emperor in 1300. And they found some frescoes on some of the buildings or caves or something there, and there is this dog with a large head with a tail like that, and they designated that to be ancestor of the Poseks. So, it's presumptuous surely, but it's something getting at the Rathars and the Magyars, they have a very class. So that's why it became the national breed and why we spent so much time to restore it. And I think they did a pretty good job because last decade almost completely. So, okay. Because when they started, first they tried to introduce, like everybody else, the blood of the German Wirehair Pointer and then Stichelhaar, and trying to mix it with the existing population. They had a much bigger population than we have now, but nevertheless the demand was much bigger, and if you want to control and develop that breed, there had to be a restraint, so that's how it became. Each of the lines is got predominant bitch or a sire. That's where it began. You can trace it back, then they were 11 of them survived, or 11 of them exist now. Some, they have the population in that line is fairly small, and you see quite a bit that those 3 generations close breedings. But the large ones, which this is the second largest that they belong to, they have of course many dogs, and then because eventually you're going to run in a bunch of a common ancestor in the back, for the sake of diversity in the population, they don't mind going 5 generations back to, because they know it all comes from one source.
So all of the focecs that have come to the U.S. under our program are from one line?
One
Oh,
line.
yes.
One line.
All right.
One line. And
Now, is that line known as having any particular breed as the mother line of it, as is in the case of the German Wirehair, has the...
sire, if it was male or, I got it at home, I would have to look up, or if it was a bitch that is designated as the matriarch or the patriarch of that line. On the other hand, as I already mentioned, I'm talking about 1949, 1950, and since then, the exterior as well as the hunting ability of those dogs was developed and changed quite radically, just like Willie Engelting was saying about the short hairs, the wire hairs did the same thing. So there was a change in the genetic makeup in those codes in, and what they are after is to keep all the talents, that's field, water, and tracking within that line. Sometime they eliminate a brilliant dog in a field and perhaps in a water because he doesn't track. So that's how they were progressing. They wanted to keep all 3, and they were getting it by judicial breeding with the best available stock possible. If with the border being don't come closer than 3 generations, because they have enough dogs. So that is don't come closer. That is the better expression than a rule of that. But see, in our case, we will have to resort to 3 or sometime even 2 generations if it is justified to get the population number where you can manipulate, then according to some set rules, whatever you decide on later. there is no point to try to bring any more dogs here because we got the best that was available. So it is better, from my standpoint, to take a chance and go with Eric and Amy, then try to import a dog or try to get with something else just to keep the distance at this point.
3 years from now, it's different.
Yeah, and this is all, you know, this is the reason of the breeding program, because you've got to have a population. I hear all the time, you got a bitch in a, one or two bitch, I am going to get another bitch and I got a breeding program I'm going to, I mean, that is such a nonsense, because that's what we have now is the minimum. Fortunately, it is a purified minimum because of the control over the breeding. All the dogs that we brought in, they were, if we think and be very honest about that, I don't know of any deleterious attributes we did discover so far. Or
In the dog
in the import, or from the import.
Well, I think we have a bunch of.
Which one?
The beauty has the litter. We'll talk about that as we go along.
Okay, all right.
I just did think of something, Dybel. This breeding decision we just made, do you realize that AXA is here with us and in meet? All right. Have you got a
He
trip
didn't know
home?
what he was in for, did he?
No pressure.
No, no pressure, no pressure.
You wanna come back here, why?
Do you have
Now,
any?
Dan has not been x-rayed for his dog.
Well, go for it. Okay.
Well, you they would say,
Just do it when you get home real quick, because she's not gonna be ready for a week now. But you have a big enough vehicle to take 4 dogs home.
Unless you can.
I don't know how big your car is. What are you going to do?
All you can do, you can rent another car.
We'll figure that out later. Just thought I'd throw in a little humor here.
Joe, if I could just say something, though, Dino, it's close. It might even be better to separate the two for a while, because she just came in yesterday, it was the first time I saw her.
Let her go with Dean.
I'll take her down to my place and I'll be glad to meet them somewhere between here and St. Louis. Or my place in St. Louis and save you some miles. We both, and that way we'll get.
That's a good
Yeah, I have no idea how far our talk is.
If somebody closer, then I don't know. Is there anyone closer?
Do you have a way to kennel her separately, Dybels?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's the issue. If they can
Yeah,
kennel
that's
side by
the main
side,
answer
if
was the next
she
question.
gets right, then that'll be best.
Yeah.
So he can get cranked as it goes.
All right, well, we'll figure this.
We'll work on the breeding.
I don't understand the reasoning when you say we don't have a big population of dogs to choose from and everything. And it really, if you looked at it very simply, it would seem like we would, since we suppose that have 21 lines, it would seem like it would be more advantageous to bring over something from different lines. What's the thinking?
that would be our
Yeah.
But are we still limiting what we have in the population because basically all our dogs have
They
different
see
backgrounds?
they have a special line, the 11th line is kept for the purpose if one of the weak lines get weak on a performance, then they inject it by cross from the special line. Those large lines, there is enough genetic diversity that they don't have. And the controlled breeding, it cannot happen what happened to the Irish setters and what happened to English, but especially Weimaraners. I mean, they killed it. There is no Weimaraner left. In Irish setter, so that is impossible. That is not possible within this organization, that something like that. On the contrary, what are you doing by selection? You are trying to improve or stabilize what you have, because it's like something I would compare like buying sound components. After you pay $3,000 for speakers, you get just almost nothing for another $2,000. There is just no room for advancement or betterment. And the same thing is with the dogs. If your dogs are pretty close to the top, anyway, in the 5% of the top, and they still have stable nerves, well, I don't think one should fool with that at all and just leave it the way it is, because it took many, many generations to reach the niveau, the level of that those dogs find themselves now, and they reproduce mostly in that level, or enough. They reproduce enough breedable dogs that are in the 95% level to extend the generation in a future at the same quality or degree. Go ahead.
But now, I don't know how to ask this question, because earlier this morning when he was talking, I understood you to say that if we continue to breed to the same pool, that we will erode that pool.
I said if the generation, I read, I don't know if
Do I remember seeing
or
something
not.
like that?
We can't hear.
Loss of genetic variation, that's what we were talking. The genetic variation is inevitable in small population. And then it says anyway, then it says in that case that refreshment of the blood, the degeneration, as I was trying to explain, takes place when certain number of the genes stop functioning or they disappear. So instead of having, say, 97% of the possible 100% of the genes in the population, you get below that. And then you start that genetic shift, and you start getting to the breed getting below the level you start, and then to gain the additional 5%, they have been lost of the genes to get the variation back to the same level. Then you have to get animal that has the full complement of the genes and introduce it back.
So eventually, we're not at that point by a long way, but we keep instilling and doing what we're doing here, we could reach that point where we would have to come out with get an outcast to bring in to instill back in.
Kenny, we already are trying and we are defending that breeding with Eric and
That's what we're
the
doing.
army of,
Okay.
okay, we already,
All right.
there is a certain risk in it, but the benefits can be very valuable to the club, because if that proves clean, you got another meeting.
Just verifying what I thought I heard.
No, I'm glad because I know that that thing is kind of
Well,
hard to understand. Go ahead.
the ultimate thing would be to have, let me just put some names by it for the fun of it, but to have an Eric line and a Dan line within the United States, 35, 40, 50, 100 generations in the future, which would be the same way as the line exists now from Czechoslovakia. So that you'd have double choices. You could go within a line until something got ugly, and then you could go out. So it's, you know, you look at Hella, and you say, okay, I don't want to breed Hella again because the boss pups were, not the boss, B-litter pups were X, and you wanted double X. So you wouldn't do that again. So there is a hunting dog litter, if you will. Better than that, but for the sake of discussion. And then you keep doing various things like that until you find out where your dominance lies.
That really, what you're saying is that in order to get that information, the testing becomes extra critical, that every pup in every litter gets tested.
10 seminars were devoted to bring it over. I didn't think we did, and I was trying again, but it is of extreme importance, especially to breeders that deal with high quality dogs.
Yeah, some way we've got to be more direct with our puppy buyers. Perhaps the way John was with some of you, to make sure that the dogs get back from testing. You know, the reason they don't get back are, in many cases, the wrong reasons, as I heard it in Jerome, you know, people didn't bring the dogs back. They need to come back, and people have to assume that obligation we talked about this morning to get those dogs back, and it has to be made very crystal clear. It has to be sold to hunters. It has to be sold to a hunter who will do what they're told, and they're told at the time they put their money down, here's what has to happen. And they have to be back, and they have to be willing to do it. If it's a breedable dog, produce a couple litters, and so on. You know, and like the bitches from the rural inn, so you can run to and from the airport. You know, and all of those things you have to do it. That needs to be explained to the future owners of these very special dogs.
More than that, you not only have to explain it, but you have to be an amateur psychologist yourself to guess which of those prospective buyers you're talking with are going to deliver on their promises. So you've, I found myself having multiple conversations with prospective owners of puppies to try to figure out who really is going to have the dogs tested. And everybody's going to say, oh yeah, I'll do that.
Don't you think the people that are buying, I'm one of them, that are scared to death about that? They think that they're, well, yeah, because they think that they've screwed this dog up.
I think you're right. There is some of that.
See, I'm thinking about that already.
Yeah.
I don't even have a dog.
I think what he said, and that's what I was gonna bring up so we can finish. I think that is a big item. I think there's so many people out there that really don't know how to put the finishing touches on it.
Yeah, well, that's
And
right.
they're scared to death of these field trials and field testing. Instead of a field trial, instead of testing, and if you look at it, if you've done the best that you can with your dog, and you come out with the idea that you're gonna enjoy yourself and let your dog do his thing, you're going to enjoy it and you're not gonna be afraid. If you come out and you're scared to death, think of that poor dog that you're supposed to be working with and handling. The poor
Okay,
guy's gonna be scared to death.
right. I want to get back to.
And John has done a lot of work with his
Okay,
people,
I wanna
work with
speak
them,
to
and I
this.
think this is important.
There's several things that happen in our program. One is luck of the draw. If we've got
There is a game dog with you once in a while when you go out in a pickup. You're training the dog every time you take the dog with you. Come here, get in, so forth. There is a beginning of obedience. None of the tests that would qualify a dog for breeding is a or obedience test or performance test. Even the intermediate hunting dog test is 60 to 70% the natural ability. So if you do that and introduce the dog to the environment and to game, I think that's pretty much sufficient without,
don't do that, Joe. They
without
don't get that
painting the
kind of
dog
exposure.
pink.
That's the culling process
That's people.
of people.
And we do it.
Well, you don't give them
Until
that
hunting
dog.
season.
You don't give them that dog. Dan.
I just want to say something. I've run a very poorly bred dog in the first Griffon test I ever went to. And the support I got from yourself, Joe, and Joan in getting that, and John, getting that dog back to the breeder and my money back is the reason I'm here today. If I hadn't gotten that support from this organization, I would have lost a great deal of faith in the dogs in the organization. Probably unfairly, but that would have been my position.
And then, Bobby, the rest of the story is then you bought a dog from an approved breeding.
That's right.
And you're in heaven, dog heaven.
Oh, I'm in dog heaven. That's why my wife likes me in dog heaven. But the thing is that this is all in fairness. This is all as a person putting your dog on the ground for the first or second evaluation. The first time you go through that natural ability or intermediate dog, it's all very intimidating. It shouldn't be,
But it is.
but it is. And I really think that this organization, unlike many others, helps you through that very moment that you feel as though your dog maybe won't do as well. And they bring you along. The other thing is I've never found anybody in this organization that wouldn't answer any question. So I think as a person, I'd say to this gentleman, yes, it's intimidating and it's scary and you certainly have anxious moments, but I really think that the first time you go through it, you feel much better the second time. And I also say that there's no better place to go through this anxiety with a dog than this organization. So I just ask you to bear with it.
Well, the dogs are gonna have a good time regardless.
That's right.
There's another thing that's going on here too, through the efforts of Joan, and some financial rewards hopefully will come to her as a result of writing a book for people like we're talking about here today. A cookbook on how to get from 12 weeks old, or 13 or 15 weeks old, until and through the test with a dog that's been through all of the motions that are necessary. The buyers are going to, if they read that, and if we can get them to subscribe to the philosophy up front, that they're going to have to spend a couple days, a few hours, a couple days a week in the field with that dog, we'll have the dogs.
You know what's the biggest concern of a judging group when they get a dog? The biggest concern of the group of the 3 judges to get the dog qualified. There is the dog, in the eyes of a judge, the dog is against all the world. So you take care of the dog, and that's the feeling. If you do something wrong, they will take the side of the dog. I'm not
No, that's very, very true. And when you're handling your dog, you don't see it that way, but that's, I believe that.
I was judging an utility test where a guy was confusing the dog with his whistle. I asked him twice and he didn't, so I took the whistle and I threw it away. Dog qualified.
And this article by Larry Mueller, the first sentence, and he's writing about a year ago here in Iowa. This is how the article starts. Handler, shut up, Joan Bailey yelled, throwing down her staff and rushing forward to help the dog. That's what we're talking about. I don't know your name.
Ellerman. Dennis?
Dennis. Another thing to remember is that every judge, they had their first time too,
Yeah.
so they don't forget.
Don't you think when we go, we are very nonchalant about it?
That's just a big act, you know.
If you think it's difficult for you as Thomas Taylor, just wait till you bring all your sins of a year before your friends and ask them to put a number by what you did.
Well, one more thing, hang on, Dave. In what we're talking about now, before we get back to the categories, is breeders. And I really did mean to speak about this. This is not just, but I really meant to speak about this. John Pitlow is the epitome of a good breeder. He, he gets his, first he takes the advice of the breeding committee and he gets the fish bred, and the puppies come, and John and Vivian shovel and clean. He exposes those puppies so beautifully, and I've got this on video, and then the puppies go to the owners, and John follows up. He calls them, and he makes sure that those owners are getting these dogs exposed, and then in the summertime, he gets together once or twice with any of them that are going to get prepared for intermediate. But this is what breeding is. It's not just raising the litter. It's you staying in touch with those people, making sure they're getting their dogs prepared for exposing their dogs for natural ability, making sure when they're 12 months old they get that OFA x-ray, 24 months. That's not my job. It shouldn't be. It should be the breeder's job, and John really does it, and he's an example for the rest of our breeders. So I just wanted to say that.
I make a living having plants that other people breed, and you don't have anything if you don't have progeny, and it's right on, you just have some progeny. And that's the only way to judge the parents.
In this book, Genetics for Dog Breeders, Hutz talks about there's only two ways of breeding, the mass selection, or natural selection, and progeny testing. And that's what we're talking about, progeny.
Before, I just wanted to say something about getting on that approved list. I mean, as far as the people go, that they had no idea what we go through. And a good example, I think, was a couple of years ago when we had a guy with, and he came back. And not Mike volunteer to sue the dog industry. He has no idea the phone calls, you and I back and forth, the letters,
Agony.
and all that, just to make sure that the right person was on the list. Just had to ask you.
Right. I'm glad you mentioned that. There is an awful lot of it. Okay, so are we done with Dan and Axa? That's a done deal? Almost.
Well, it's the first time that I've seen an A, B to C.
A what?
A, B to D. I mean, A lose to a D. Arrow
Oh.
off to Dan.
Joe?
He's been happy once this year, so
Dan had not been bred previously that we know of?
Yes, he has.
He has been.
Yeah, he has a secret
Oh,
But-
yeah.
And see,
They have been.
they've been pre-evaluated, like we do our little pre-evaluation.
Yeah. And his litters have already been pre-evaluated strongly.
Yeah. Okay, so number 4 on page 4, that of course, that one you can cross out because we decided against that anyway, and now it's the most point. Here. That one we didn't do. So we go to 5, number 5, and that's arrow that together with all our pedigrees. You can use there's no pedigree for Arrow, but Amy's pedigree is the same. So use this, okay? Use this Amy. And then get, oh yes, there is one. Set number 5, it looks like this.
Yeah.
Got it? Okay. So, this is a line reading to Eric. There you go. And that's not real, I don't consider that real close. The way yeah. Okay. Now, where we really have problems is way, way back. See the right-hand side of the page. You got it there? You see that starting from the top, Berga, Berga, and down again on the dam side, Berga. And Berga's bad news, that's bad temperament. And then we have bad eyes on both sides. Well, yeah, the eyes come from Sasha de Saint Laurent is out farther. And it comes from Lucas. Yeah. Well, this doesn't come from Victoria. This comes from Lucas and from Ula.
Now Lucas's eyes were all right. It was his predecessor.
Right. It was his grandmother and his grandmother.
He wouldn't have been used if he had had bad eyes.
No.
So don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
In fact, Lawrence, that's where Lawrence comes from, Lawrence's dog.
So what goes around comes around. So don't, at some point in time, after you fight this a little while, you'll finally say, okay, I won't take that chance.
Joan, what's the double line under Anka from Fuchsburg?
That means...
Is that one of those 4 bitches that
Yes.
litter that was imported?
Yes, it is. And it means that, you got me. I think what I meant was, needed to talk about it, probably. And that...
Is it the one when
No, it's the one in New Jersey.
New Jersey?
Yeah.
You got those 4 dogs?
Those 4 bitches.
4 bitches, yeah.
And she had problems with the water, and you just go look way to the right, and there's Berger back in the 7th generation.
Yeah.
So, someday we're not going to have to do that, but we just don't have that many dogs, so there we are.
Who's bitching it?
That's Jerry Fool's fish.
Jerry Fool's.
Yeah.
And that's been done, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
she's bred. So, I don't know if anybody wants to talk, there's not much really to talk about.
Question?
Yeah, so. One, this is her second letter.
Joan? On one of the pages, you said that the egg litter from Ava, one of the dogs had some kind of eye problem, open eye.
Lauren's eyes are up there. Oh, it's not Lauren's, but the dog's eyes are up there.
When you get to that, would you say that that's a carryover from that eye problem way back and decide maybe not to breed that dog no matter how well it tests?
Who, Lauren's dog?
The one that had the
Oh,
eye
yeah,
problem?
we would not breed the dog, yeah. number 6, arrow to bliss, that was done artificial insemination, and it did not take. And Bill Toner and I just talked about that at the lunch break, and we're both really thankful that it didn't take. Which brings us to a point, and I really need to wait for Joe to come back to this. So if anybody wants coffee or something, get it. Because I want Joe to be here when I talk about this.
What one did you say?
Yeah. We're going to talk about the Via the Cascade litter. Brings us number 6 and number 7 to the Via the Cascade litter. And we need to go back and talk a little bit about that. That litter was out of Pella before she was brought over here. She was bred to a dog named Kagan, C-A-G-A-N. I don't pronounce it correctly, but I pronounce it the way that I can remember it, which is very important. So, whatever. Anyway, Hella had a litter before that by a different sire in Czechoslovakia, and that litter tested out very well. This litter did not test well. There were 8 puppies, 4 females, 4 males. 3 females were washouts because of temperament. The males turned out to be good dogs, all 4 of them. Boss is Jack's dog, and I think he said it's the best hunting dog he's ever had. Blitzen is another one, a very fine dog. Blade is one that's coming from Nebraska to run this weekend. And I'm forgetting the 4th male dog. Can anybody help me? Bill Barrett.
Yeah.
Breeze. And that dog had OCD in the shoulder.
Osteochondritis dissecans.
And so we bred Boss to autumn, on the previous page, autumn of whatever, auger and fall. And out of that litter, we had 2 dogs with OCD. One of those 2 is a bitch. It got prize 1 in natural ability and prize 1 in intermediate last weekend with a perfect score, and Warren judged her and said she was just an outstanding bitch. So we come to the question of, now do we leave the Via the Cascade dogs alone?
Talked about both litters covered by...
No, I forgot. Boss sired a 2nd litter with a different dam, and we've got 1 that we know so far OCD.
Got a problem, and if you don't liquidate it, you're gonna have a whole litter of it later.
Yeah. That's enough evidence.
At least it is on Boss. I don't know about the rest of the males, but at
It
least
is
on
on
Boss.
Boss. Now, this bitch that's just tested so beautifully, but she herself had it.
Yes, yeah, she was infected. That was not infected, but developed it. That was the bitch that they put up in the kennel for 5 months, socked with vitamin C, and we talked about this, I think, one time when we'd been together. Totally recovered, fine hunting dog, but that's not the way to have to take care of your dogs.
And so I guess what's happened with me in the past week or so is I'm thinking, well, now we've got Dan and Borka here. You know, maybe before we we have 6 dogs out of Hella sired by Eric. And 2 of those we already know of are very promising as breeding material. It's not a done thing, but what we know so far. Both have gotten prize 1 in natural ability. We're waiting for intermediate.
Is Hella's, I mean, Hella has, or the breeding always seems to come up very short in numbers. Is that got anything to do with
Well,
the program?
Hella, that's God only knows what that is because she had normal litters before. Maybe it's her age or
Well, she had tetanus.
she had tetanus. You know, there's all kinds of things we don't know about it. As far as genetics, no, I don't think so.
Listen, was very,
Yeah.
on a scale of 1 to 10, that we are 9 sure that was the best.
Yeah.
Because they were, I know that,
Yeah.
I know that.
Yes, Tom?
I think we're beyond that osteoarthritis perhaps now, but we had one experience with a young golden male, and the vet x-rayed the shoulder and said just anchor him for 6 weeks.
Yeah,
Very
that's
careful.
right.
Then we got a repeat breeding of that. We just liked the dog so much, we took what would be a full sister from the next breeding. And, she went to 13, and in the same environment, the same activities as the male had.
Yeah.
Not a problem, but I don't know about other litter mates.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to talk about it for a minute, well, you've heard me talk about the old dog I had, the old curtain dog I had, been dead for a couple of years. He was a German Wire pointer, and I had both shoulders opened up and the osteoarthritis debris in there cleared away, which is like an ice cream scoop that they use on your nose when they take a melanoma or anyway, cancer off, your skin cancer off, you know. They go in there and they remove the damaged cartilages at the top of the ball where all of the weight is being bared down. There are things that can cause that, like letting a dog jump out of the back of a truck and it comes down with all of its weight while it's growing and the cartilage is soft. Perhaps while the skeleton is growing well because you're overdoing it with vitamins and minerals, and perhaps because of just a propensity for that to occur. But it's serious because the dog pulls up lame. And they do the work and they close the shoulder of this dog that I was talking about, went ahead and was number 3 in the country in the show ring, and my near perfect score utility dog and my hunting dog for 9 years. And was just fine, except late in his life he pulled his stifles and was laid up for a year. And I had an old large animal vet that I done business with for years when I lived in California. And he said that he believes that the malformation is a problem with the cartilage generation of the dog throughout his system. So then you end up with a problem that shows up when they're heavy front-loaded males, very robust males that are heavy, you know, and lots of substance, and they beat those front. But then later on, another tendon which runs down the leg, okay, they have a malformation. That it's nothing to toy with. It's a very serious thing. Now, I talked prior to coming to this meeting because I had talked to you before about this with that dog when I'd been here a couple of years ago. And I called Dr. Corley of OFA. He's the director of OFA. And, excuse me, he had done a presentation on OFA and orthopedic difficulties with dogs in general up in Alaska about 6 years ago when I lived up there. So I had attended that. He was invited there by the Kennel Club. And I had attended that. He talked then about OCD being in the families, the kennels. He couldn't identify it down to dogs. There were no definitive studies done, but that the abnormality seemed to be showing up in families of dogs within the kennels, certain kennels. So I called him just recently, and I said, "Do you still feel that way?" And he said, "Yeah, what I told you about was a precursor of a genetic predisposition to the difficulty." And since that time, there have been definitive studies done on the subject in Finland and in Sweden, and it is definitely genetically past predisposition to having the difficulty. So at that point, you know, you ask questions like, do I want him with or without testicles? You know, you go through a lot of discussions because you're done using them as a breeding stock. You just decide up front what you're going to do. Now, losing 1 or 2 dogs out of every litter you always do to something anyway. But what you worry about is what happens 2 and 3 generations later, as Joe's talking about the F3. So it's just not worth it. It's serious. It's something that most dogs recover from. I believe all of the dogs that I know of from the Prozac line have recovered from it. And it is something the term owner had to be surgically taken. Oh, yeah. Well, I had my dog down for 3 months in a crate trying to solve the problem. Then I had him operated on, and this was in $1975, and it cost $500. And then I had the dog down for 8 weeks in the crate again after that. You know, what kind of quality of life are you talking about with that kind of situation?
Okay, I've got another question to go with this. Now, what about Blitzen? Do we risk using Blitzen or not? Not if you don't have it.
The whole litter becomes a second choice, right?
Right, before you talked about food issues.
That's what I mean. The whole B litter becomes
Oh, why so?
a second.
Not,
I wouldn't say that.
well,
because-
for breeding.
No, I wouldn't say that either. It depends how far your back is to the wall when you're trying to come up with a line that you want to use and what you're trying to accomplish. But generally, they're a second choice in every case.
Okay.
Remember too, John, that Blitzen's only fair on the OFA.
That's right.
So I mean, that's not, you know,
That's not
given
what
this
they're-
information on
then
the
that-
fair, he's the second choice of that.
Okay.
But I might have to go out and get him a real cheap dog someplace. Go that way.
Everybody needs a woman.
Cruise the bars with him.
That's on video, Charlie.
Who said that?
Blitzen's father.
Okay, well then,
Before you leave that,
Yeah.
one additional thing.
yeah.
I think it was very interesting, and I read with some chagrin. Oh, come on.
Tell me what it's about and then find it for you.
Were you talking, oh, here we go. Boss of the Cascades and AXA talking about a dog 3 and 4.
Oh, yeah.
I lean more towards using Arrow. I can't tell you why. It's only a gut feeling, not based on any facts.
Yeah. I got a good gut.
I think that is, well, anyway. Anyway, I decided I wouldn't hang your medical linen out to dry.
I have a good intellectual gut.
Joe,
Okay.
Joe, does this mean we're gonna eliminate this Aspen because we
No,
can't find a male?
No, I'm just coming to that. If we find Aspen is breedable, which we will find out this weekend, and there, Ben's not under any pressure, of course. And, then, I would say use Dan, because with Aspen's sister Amy, we're gonna breed Amy back to her grandfather Eric.
We want him to feel welcome.
Yes. So do you think Dan for Aspen? Huh? Aspen is,
What is it?
yeah, we're gonna breed, we're breeding Amy to Eric, we did that one. So Aspen is a sister.
Yeah.
So breed her to Dan,
That's correct.
and then I think Dan and Eric have something in common.
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay, Dan and Eric have common blood. So then,
How come?
not very. Here, here,
Yeah.
right there.
Just one branch.
One little
One
bit.
side.
It's perfect that
One
way.
side, 3 back.
Okay, everybody get that? Okay, so that's done. That's it.
the OCD that's showing up from the Bliss of Cascades. Excuse me, not Bliss, but the bee.
The bee litter.
The bee litter. How do we know it isn't in Helen?
It's highly unlikely because she had one successful little litter before that in Czechoslovakia, and we have no reports of that showing up. Now we've got 6 more puppies out of her with Eric, and we don't have any reports of any so far.
They have a system there. Each litter in its entirety is evaluated. Then, accordingly, the sire in the dam receives credits or demerits for each of the litter. They average the demerits in view of the number of the litter, the number of the pups, and there is a certain point, breaking point, where the dog is automatically taken out from the stud as a breed. In bitches, that can happen only after the bitch has been bred to minimum 2, sometimes 3 different sires. Male dogs, of course, they breed each year. Those from the stud pool, they breed each year with several bitches. So there is an easy evaluation possible, timely evaluation possible if there is a serious problem to kick them out. And it does happen. I was getting each year those final yearly reports, and they were from 260 sires. There were 6 out. Some of them, I cannot tell if it was because of age, but I know I read that some they crossed the threshold of the criteria where they become a risk to the breed. And those things, mainly what they deal with is monokinism, side bite, butt bite, not very much eyes, but mostly bites and at times shines. And that is so that's how they were keeping their breeding pool purified. And those evaluations, they are done truly with people. They know. And, they have got gloves on hands, nothing. They just go and do their job quite responsible. So,
Is it the history of the bee litter's sire and his product? Is that possible to get that?
Yeah. You've got it in a litter mate, and then you've got it in progeny from that litter. You don't need to go beyond that. The question you ask is, would you go back to that sire? And the question might be yes or no, because it could be a combination of Hella and that sire. And the other question is, do you use Hella? And that's something to be answered on a day-to-day basis. She's already produced a sound litter,
And we've got a second litter too. But
so it's a non-issue.
Okay.
Okay, are these litters that we have now from these folks, is the information from their progeny, is that going back to Czechoslovakia for their records?
Our
evaluation part.
John, if there's extra time, if people here are gonna run dogs tomorrow that haven't run dogs in either natural ability or intermediate, you might, I don't know, just a suggestion, you might just wanna go through what's gonna happen tomorrow when the dogs are evaluated. Maybe some of the concerns of people will be
I
set aside.
think most everybody that's running tomorrow has been around a little bit, but that's a good suggestion, probably.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to get back to a previous question I asked about, you mentioned earlier that we now have like 3 sub-lines that we think, okay, now, I just want to know for my own personal information, how you come up with, say we've got 10 breedable dogs, how you know that we're going to get those 3 lines, or how we have the availability for 3 separate lines.
Maybe we could carve before the whole rebuilding this week.
Building.
Yeah.
Probably.
And now, does it come, like I said,
Mathematically, it is possible with the number of the dogs we have. Okay. Is that correct?
Yeah, most certainly will be inherited.
Yeah.
And there'll be a dam. And then you'll probably build a third out of some kind of combination.
Well, you can. If one of the bitches, we only got 1 bitch from Larsa so far, and we got, there is another bitch that we didn't get anything out of it. Some of the bitches may show quite a big potency for...
See, we've got that bitch in Jerome out of Eric and Noah. Well, that's Eric.
Is
but
it? Yeah.
Eric and Noah.
That's a Belfield bitch.
That's that prize one we talked about, told you about, young cliff job, that's really outstanding.
That's a natural ability, but we still
Yeah,
have to...
we've got
Yeah,
to
I know, but
shows promise.
you got 6 breedings now that is about 4 you want to do in 1 year.
Yeah,
I would like to give you a warning that if you produce more pups, and some of them they go beyond the control, the people beyond the control, you're going to pay dearly for it because you're going to have a descent, you're going to have a discord in a club. Right now, everybody is putting on the same line. That's what I say. It's so rare and it's so satisfying for me to be able to be a member of it because I don't even see it in European clubs. So they have problems and personality problems that never occurred here yet. So anyway, it witnesses the high level of quality of the people who are participating, and you should be careful to maintain that above all, because that is a key to your future. I went through a few discords and there's nothing left by bunch of ruins in a year or 2 years of bitter feeling with people who put so much time and who were so sincere about that. And all of a sudden there is a bunch of junk who all that is gone. So with that I think that's all I can give you, and I certainly wish you good luck.
I would like to just say one more thing, if we have a few minutes.
Okay.
And I thought we were really running out of time, so I did leave out some things. But I wanted to bring to everybody's attention that we do have with us this weekend a few people from the KDK. I think of them as our sister brother club because we work so closely together with the short hair people. Willie Engelshane and Dave Beasley and Joe. Joe's the president of KDK. And I went down to their test in January in California. Dennis Carlson and I drove down together. And we had a wonderful weekend. And as this is a judges seminar, I'll just tell a little story about judges and judging. On the Sunday, Warren ran AXA in utility. And the three judges were Nadekar, Bensler, and Bailey. And we came into the field work, and AXA finds a bird and points, and Warren walks up, and we're doing your own shooting. Yeah. So he gets out there in front of the dog and flushes the bird and everything, and shoots, and so everything's finished, you know, and the dog's making the retrieve, and the three judges said, was she steady to wing? And I said, I don't know, I watched the bird. Benson said, I don't know, I watched the bird. Nadekar said, I don't know, I watched where the bird went. Yeah, I was too, right. We were getting out of Warren's way, but I was watching the bird. And anyway, so we had to do it over again. Of course, Warren, being the handler, said, oh, she was steady to wing. He did. But yeah, I thought she was steady to wing. Anyway, we have to remember when we're judging utility that we can't all watch the bird. We have to watch the dog. But we did have a wonderful time down there, as we always do. Jack was there too, excuse me. And they have these beautiful grounds on Grizzly Island, which is about a 2-hour drive from San Francisco, I think. And thousands of acres, waterfowl and wildlife all over the place. And it was lovely to be there.
Like being in Iowa, lots of jackrabbits.
Yeah. Yeah. And, we had a nice day.
Yes, to start with that KDK, very interesting. He's an old-timer. He's a transplant from Germany, and every time I go to Europe, he's haggling some dogs there. And no matter how many times a year he goes there, always brings a dog. And then he's afraid to praise his wife for a week. She asked him, how much did you pay?
I'm out of my allowance. You know, very large.
So he's very experienced, and of course, one thing in Germany, there is a slightly different system of breeding. It is not as enforced as it was, say, in Czechoslovakia, and perhaps not even as enforced as it is here. The success of their breeding, I do attribute to the fact that they have a tremendous pride of what they breed. That is the reason. Then, if they think they have a top dog, it will not come to the Americans. No way. Unless you have, close connections, or you are one of them.
Got to be one of them.
Yeah. And
It takes a long time to get into the group to be accepted. And once they're accepted, you have some inroads. You can compete with them. But if you just go over there and say, well, I'm going to get this, and don't participate, you're just an outsider.
you are nuisance there. Yeah, really. So, but anyway, that's how they maintain the high level of quality, because simply they wouldn't be caught dead with nothing but the best, most of them. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's also, if you take some of the best from own experience, there's, at least to me, was at least a 2 years trials and tribulation to finally to make inroads. Of course, they don't forgive that you take some of the better dogs away, and particularly when it was some of the top breeding dogs, which made up a little bit afterwards that I was probably the first one who brought a dog back from the United States to test over there. And one, we tested the dog over there for the cat,
time Raphael was given a KSO with him. It was a lot easier than the first one. It was, you're not an outsider, you participate. We went to France, and several times into Holland, or even national tests and stuff like this. You have to participate. You have to be, you cannot just stay on the outside and think everything happened that way. Like Joe said, you pay your dues. If it is judging, if it is being with the field, going out training with them guys, sitting on the table and having a beer with them, it's all part of the things that we done.
I have pictures of lots of your dogs here that I can't use, and I'm going to leave this on the table and let you all pick through and take them home and enjoy them. I also have a few copies of a very interesting article from, I forget what magazine that was. It was not a sporting magazine, some fancy Harrowsmith, I think it was. But it's about a working dog, and it's not about bird dogs or versatile dogs, it's about herding dogs. But it's so interesting that I brought a few copies along. And so I'll leave those on the table. And board of directors, don't forget, we need to leave at 5:30.
We can leave early.
Yeah, we could drink.
Oh, good.
And I guess
You want to set a time and place where they get together, board of directors to leave from one of your rooms, or who's going to take?
5:30 in front of room 109.
Okay.